Okay, here we go again. Time to stream. 8:45 a.m. I'm only 45 minutes late, so it's fine. It's all good. Welcome to Fragmentor stream. The latest thing since 10-month abortions. 10-month deliveries. Yeah, we'll go 10-month deliveries. Yes, we'll go with that. All right. Let me just set up my Chrome here real quick. Boom. That. Sound is off. Good. Good. And sounds off. Good. Okay, so a few topics today. There's a few videos. One is not too long, one is long, and then some semi clips, which are gonna be pretty funny. I do have some strong opinions about that. And then we're gonna play Final Fantasy. But first, let's see what this is about. Asmongold is talking about attempt to recover from the scandal, which obviously is always fun to watch because this is not like the scandal is not why people quit their games. Let's be real, but let's watch it anyways.
Have a situation that happens. So let's talk about
Oh,
this.
wait, 1 second. All right, let me.
So you have
Okay, and boom, here we
a
go.
company like Blizzard, and
Yes,
obviously they have a situation that happens. So let's talk about the situation that
which no one
happens.
cares about.
And in the result, and in the wake of this situation, the
Okay,
players
it's
are
not
the
fair to say no one cares about. Majority of players don't really care about it. That's not what caused them to quit the game. Let's be real.
ones that are being punished. The players are the ones that have to sign a social contract whenever they log into World of Warcraft. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be for your employees.
100%.
What the fuck are we dealing with this? Most people don't act this way anyway. This has nothing to.
With this innovative new system, the character design process now has a tangible way of avoiding tokenism, stereotypes, and exclusion. Cares, man? Like, no one plays, let's say in this case, Overwatch to know if they're playing. Like, bro, they can be pixelated fucking dog poops for all people care. As long as the skills are fun, the gameplay is fun. Who cares if they're male, female, in between? Gay, straight, like who gives a shit, man? Like no one cares.
Do with us. We're not the ones that had the sexual scandal. And the people in the game that were the bad ones that are actually causing this problem, we reported them. We already reported them. You just didn't ban them because you were too
Yeah.
busy. Blizzard, the
Too busy touching each other.
way that Blizzard approaches like representation and diversity and all of these other kinds of inclusion things, they look at them like this. It's like there's four guys in a car and there's one black guy in a car. And they are the person that changes the radio station to a hip hop song and looks at the black guy thinking, hey, this one's for you. That is the
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh wow. Dude, that is, yeah, that's basically what it is. It's like you're treating these like ethnic people at different ethnicity, different gender, different sexual orientation as if they're like not normal people. It's like, bro, they're normal people. They have the same taste, and like honestly, I think most of them don't give a shit about these things. Like, bro, if I was gay, and it's like, like I don't care about all this stuffs. Like I don't care about being included in a game. It's like, yeah, okay, like this guy is this, like whatever. Like who cares? I want the game to be fun. Like why does it matter? Jesus Christ.
way that they approach it. That cringe fucking
Oh god.
bullshit. And it's just like it am I wrong? Like that's the way it feels like every fucking time. You know, like the white savior syndrome. You get a little bit of that. They're like, oh well, we're gonna help you, we're gonna save you by giving you this type of
It's like, bro,
representation.
okay, look at I don't know this character, but like I think I don't know, Brienne, I don't know what her name is. The purple-haired, super muscular chick, okay? How many purple-haired, super muscular, tall-ass chicks do you know? Right? Now, you can be like, oh well, I have the tattoo in common with her, like, but it's like, it's like, if how deep into the inclusion game are we going, right? How deep into it are we going? It's like, oh, how many girls have a scar on their face in the shape of a star? Like, how included are we going? Like, does it have to be like one for one? Like, how included do you want to be?
in like this weird way. It's insecurity. Yeah, exactly. Internalized guilt, fear of canceling. Yeah, and I think that a lot of these people, this is my straight up opinion on it. I think that a lot of them just don't really interact with a lot of people that aren't of their same like gender or anything like that, or race, and they don't know how to interact with those people
Like normal
without
human
turning that
beings.
person into just basically that gender or that race.
Yeah, this is how you interact with them. Let's say there's a white guy. It's like, oh hey dude, how's it going? Oh, there's a black guy. Oh hey dude, how's it going? Right? There's a girl that wants to be called a man. Oh hey dude, how's it going? It's how you interact with them. They're normal people. They have different tastes. They're normal people.
Like that's
Jesus
straight up what my
Christ.
opinion is. I think that these are people, they probably grew up in like, safe suburbs, and like they would maybe listen to a little bit of rap music if they're feeling rebellious, but like they don't really know how to
I
act
mean,
around other people. They try
I
to
never felt rebellious. I listened to a lot of rap music, mainly Eminem when I was growing up. Some 50. Uh, what's his name? I listened to Tupac. Um, Biggie Smalls a bit. No, it wasn't my favorite Biggie Smalls, but it's like, yeah. Luda was like one of my favorite when I was younger. I always found him funny, right? It's like, but I wasn't rebellious. It's just like I like the music, and it's normal. It's fine to like the music. Like, it doesn't. Your gender and your race and your ethnicity doesn't change what you like. You like what you like. Like, it goes well in your ear. You enjoy the sound. You enjoy doing the whatever. Right? It's like, it's fine.
change their
It doesn't need
language
to
or speak
be a big
differently,
deal.
etc. Yeah, they can only react to these
Imagine
people as if
having
they're a
common tastes.
stereotype. You think you might be
Yeah.
pushing racist stereotypes? Am I pushing racist stereotypes? No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm absolutely not. I
No.
think
Asmongold is pushing Blizzard stereotypes. This is what he thinks about the devs. It's like, you are a Blizzardist.
that the main way that I've always done things is I treat everybody the same. I'm
Exactly.
respectful to people based off of like how they act to me,
Yeah.
and that's the only thing that should
Yeah.
matter. Band of fucking idiot. Well, I think that anytime, see, this is what a lot of people do, and this is what the problem is like anytime that you say what I'm saying, you inadvertently give credibility to people that don't like diversity and inclusion because they don't like the people that are being diverse and included. But that's actually not what people are saying at all. I think that a
What?
lot of people don't want to be
So
reduced
confused.
down to a covenant. They don't want to be reduced down to a World of Warcraft system to be turned into this.
Okay,
So
fair
we
enough.
have this
Okay, I
here,
see what is.
and
Okay, yeah.
Activision Blizzard has released a new blog detailing their diversity space tool. A new system for character design developed by King and MIT Game Lab, which translates elements of diversity into character attributes.
Who
That's right. So
cares?
basically, your DPS now is not determined by your skill as a player. It's not
100%.
determined
Yeah.
by your gear, but it's determined by like what your race is. Like for example, like if you're a woman, that
Which sounds really racist if you think about it. No matter which race is stronger, that sounds very racist. It's like, oh, you're this race, you must be stronger, you must be more efficient, you must be more this. Like, dude, that's racist.
that's a little bit extra DPS. If you're not white, that's like maybe 50 extra DPS. If there's some disability, maybe that's even more DPS. And so
So dumb.
you're basically Blizzard has
Oh
created
god.
because the players have been very unhappy about borrowed power
Blizzard has literally created a racist, uh, transphobe, sexist system while ironically trying to avoid being that.
in World of Warcraft. This has been an issue for many, many years. So Blizzard has
Has
finally
it
taken
though?
borrowed power out of Warcraft, and they thought to themselves, well, what are we going to do with all of these systems designers? What are we going to do with all these guys that used to just make systems that fuck everything up and make it more annoying? Well, they put them under work with the HR department, and we came up with this.
I think HR department is probably the most racist department in like most companies. Like HR departments are unironically the racist ones because they take race and gender and stuff like that into consideration when they're dealing with a problem.
That's right. And so let's go back over and we're going to look at it and we'll see exactly what's going on here. Oh boy. Here we go. First topic of the day. Oh my god.
Yes, for me too.
Oh
Hey,
my
for me
god.
too. My first topic of the
Oh
day
my
is this
god.
bullshit too.
This is gonna be a. I love how they're trying to avoid tokenism by using tokenism. Yep, let's go.
Yeah,
Let's get into
basically
it.
the irony.
Holy
Yeah.
shit, they basically came off as racist. Yeah, pretty much. So
100%.
and I want to understand. I want you guys to understand that
Oh
this is
god.
happening at the very highest level as well.
Oh yeah.
So I'll explain that once I get through the rest of this. This is what's this here? This is white people marketing to other white people that they aren't racist. Something
Yes,
like that. Yeah, I would
basically.
say so. And patting themselves on the back, patting each other on the back on how much they care about minorities. It's just really great. So let's see here. Working alongside DEI and experts, diversity-based tools, measurement device, help identity. Actually, I'm gonna read the post made by Blizzard. With innovative new system, the character design process now has a tangible way of avoiding tokenism, stereotypes, and exclusion. And the way they do that is they just literally have it on the chart. There you go.
With this innovative new system, the character design process now has a tangible way of avoiding tokenism, stereotypes, and exclusion by including tokenism, stereotypes, and inclusion and exclusion. Thanks.
We want to see ourselves represented in games. We want the barriers to access lowered, and we want games to be a welcoming environment for all. Just look at 2019 Game Developers Association, which asked developers if they considered the most important factor of the growth of the gaming industry. The most common response: more diversity in content.
You know what I think when players say like I want more diversity in content? I want more than just Mythic Plus, raiding, and PvP. I want housing. I want more transmog options. I want the Brawlers Guild back. I want more Brawler stuff. I want horizontal progression. That's what I'm thinking about diverse content. Not this.
It's not even a question anymore. Well, that's true. That's absolutely true. Yes, people want different content. Yes, I don't think that this is necessarily what they meant, but that's what it is. I hate to tell you this, but a bunch of game developers getting together and agreeing with each other about things really just doesn't mean a whole lot to me. Because the truth is, a lot of the really popular games nowadays haven't even been happening in many of these in the Western world. Like you see a game like Elden Ring, you see a game like Final Fantasy, and they just add in characters, and some of them are different races, and some of them aren't, and it just is what it is. And there's no tokenism or anything like that. It just simply is. So I think that this is something that's happening, and players and people out there are just kind of, I don't know, guys. How many of you guys get a little bit annoyed? And this is something I've tried to stop doing. I've tried to stop patronizing you guys by telling you that racism is bad, or telling you that hating women is bad, because like 99.999% of you know this.
Yeah,
and I don't want to sit there and try to preach to you something, because like imagine like,
hey guys, let's treat you all like people with no brain cells and talk to you like you were just like brought out from outer space and you have no knowledge of anything, and that's it. You were just born as a 20-year-old and you need Asmongold to explain to you like everything, like bits by bits, like this is why women are not bad. It's like this is why you shouldn't hate women. Like yeah, obviously everyone knows it's not like are there bad women? Yes. Are there good women? Yes. Are there bad men? Yes. Like yeah, we're human beings. We have a collectible of a spectrum of evil and good.
For example, if you go to PetSmart and you're selling dog food, and then the person at the cashier starts giving you a whole lecture on why it's bad to abuse your dog, would that be offensive to you? Because it would be a little bit offensive to
Yeah,
me.
it's like you come with the
It would be.
assumption.
I would
Yeah.
dislike that. Imagine using this like, somebody says that about somebody's kid, right? Or something like that. It pissed me off. Yeah, imagine going to Toys R Us and then at the end of end of your shopping trip, they start going and telling you about how bad it is to abuse your kids. It's patronizing.
No shit. Yeah. It's like, oh, really? No
it's
shit.
accusatory. It's disgusting. And I think that average people find it to be just plain out insulting. And that's why I've stopped moving away from that, even though I do talk about the issues. Because I assume most people are normal people.
Yes.
And I'm never going to reach the people that actually believe that stupid shit to begin with, because you can't reason a person out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into. So I stopped doing that. And I think that I speak for a lot of people whenever I say that I don't want to have some game developer whose personality traits are the mental disorders that they have in their Twitter bio dictate morality to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't care what you think. Make a game and shut the fuck up.
Amen. That's all we need.
I think that
I don't care. I don't care about the devs' personal views around the world. I don't care about their political views. I don't care if they're sexist, racist, or whatever. I mean, to an extent, I do. But it's like, man, if the game is good, fuck it. I don't want to know the developers. Like, they're not my shrink. I'm not their shrink. Like, I don't want to know anything about them outside of he's a good game developer. That's it. This is his job. It's like, imagine knowing. Like going to Walmart and knowing everything about the cashier. Why don't you know everything about the cashier? I just need her to be able to fucking swipe my fucking groceries and take my money. That's all I need to know. That she can do this. I need you to do your fucking job. That's it.
You know what? I think that 90% of people think this. They're fucking tired of it. They're tired of being patronized. They're tired of being talked down to. They're tired of being treated as if they are a bad person.
The thing is, this would not fix racism or anything like that. Like, oh, we're more inclusive. Like, good for you. If a person is racist, he's gonna be racist, but he'll still play your game. If a person is transphobe, he's still gonna be transphobe after this. He's just he's gonna play your game if it's good. Like, he doesn't give a shit about this. No one does.
Imagine this happens. So you have a company like Blizzard, and obviously they have a situation that happens. Let's talk about the situation that happens. And in the result, and in the wake of this situation, the players are the ones that are being punished. The players are the ones that have to sign a social contract whenever they log into World of Warcraft. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be for your employees. What the fuck are we dealing with this? Most people don't act this way anyway. This has nothing to do with us. We're not the ones that had the sexual scandal. And the people in the game that were the bad ones that are actually causing this problem, we reported them.
The worst part about this is not even this. The worst part about it is that they actually wasted time doing this. That's the worst part about it. They wasted time and resources on this instead of improving their fucking game.
Already reported them. You just didn't ban them because you were too...
It's like, oh hey, we have a few free developers. Let's make them do something innovative about the transition. Oh, you have a few free developers? Yo, the WoW team needs some help right now. We have a massive project, a massive expansion coming up. Maybe we can use these developers for something in the game that we can free up other developers to do the more important stuff. I don't know, something.
We're busy. So that's what I'm fucking pissed off about. We're being lectured. Yeah, we're being lectured as if we did what they did. They're pulling the Uno reverse card. And I think a lot of people are seeing right through their bullshit, and they're rightfully resenting it.
I mean, it's a good point that they're it looks like they're looking down on us. But honestly, I feel like they just it's tokenism at its finest. That's all it is. It's I don't even think they understand that they're looking down on people. It's more like, how can we appease the crowd? Well, not this. Stop thinking that we really care about this.
That's right.
Not this.
It's like the slash spit thing. Yes, exactly. We're not the ones stealing breast milk. That's not what's happening.
And
or anything
slash
like
spit's
this.
thing is, I think, different.
It's disgusting. Too busy doing sexual assault to respond to 20 reports. Yes. How many times have you guys seen girls in the community or known a girl in the community that's been harassed by someone at Blizzard, or not at Blizzard, sorry, in a Blizzard game, and Blizzard has done nothing about it? Because I know at least 5. Yeah,
I
I
would say
know at least
most.
5 on a personal level.
I mean, well, it would require a definition of harassed. A lot of them actually just take advantage of other guys, and a lot of guys pretend to be girls and take advantage of other guys. I'm not saying like I blame the one who's falling for it. That's not it. But all I'm saying is like what's harass, right? It's like let's say she's taking advantage of a guy and then he just keeps trying to get her attention, and it's like bro, like it's like that's kind of like what I was signing up for in a sense. Like I'm trying to like get your attention. That's why I'm helping you all this, and then you like brush me off to the side, and then he's being mean to her. Honestly, he would be mean to another male player if that happened as well. So I can't really call that. I mean, it is harassment, but it's like semi-justified kind of thing, you know. But if it's just straight up, it's like you found out that this chick is a girl, and you're like just like keep yamming her and shit like that. It's like no, like stop. But I would say most female players that, especially if they go on Discord and you hear someone says like, "Oh my God, we have a girl here," as a joke, like yeah, I mean like when it was early on, it was fine, but like there's a lot of girl gamers right now. It's like it's not even funny as a joke anymore. It's just weird.
And like, how is this even? How is this even a thing? Yeah, every single one. A lot of them have had this happen.
Yeah,
So, like, and we'll get to the social contract because all of these things do kind of fit together. But, like, we already agreed on the social contract. The problem is not the contract, the problem is the enforcement of the contract. Because if people actually got banned for doing bad stuff, this would not even be necessary. They don't get banned and nothing happens when their solution is to ignore the actual problem. Exactly. They don't do anything about people being harassed, period. It's not a girl issue. Yeah, you're right. It's like, so basically this is what happened to me a few days ago, right? I don't remember like what day it was. So I was playing, it was on Mother's Day, right? And somebody made a character like Happy Mother's Day, made another character like, dead mother or something like that. And he like started sending me messages, right? So it was annoying to me.
wow,
Like these kinds of
that's
things, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. These things don't really hurt my feelings. I don't really care about them
yeah,
because
whatever.
it's just words. Like if that person got hit by a bus tomorrow, I really wouldn't give a shit. So why would I care what they say if I don't even care about their life? You know what I
That's
mean?
true.
And it sounds like a very cold thing to say, but to be honest
That's
with
how
you,
it
they
is.
just mean nothing to me. So
Yeah,
whenever I hear something like this, they're just being
there's
rude,
fair.
and that's it. So I report the person because they're spamming and it was annoying me. And so I report them, and then they're gone. Well, then they make another account, or sorry, they make another character, and they keep spamming me the same thing. Why is that possible?
Yep.
Why is that possible? Why is that possible? I completely understand that perspective. Yeah, exactly. And so
There
this
should be an
happens.
ignore
Not
account
you,
for
that
sure.
person. Did this happen? Yeah, it did. And you can probably check the VOD. It was whenever I was in Zereth Mortis, and I was doing Arena. I forgot which day it was, but it was one of those days. And you'll see it obviously pop up because I have to click the confirmation box to send a report. Yeah, again, IP banned on Twitch, but not a video game. That's sad. Did the guy get banned? Probably not. Probably not.
Oh,
But
probably
like,
not. No.
imagine doing this. And it's just weird. What the fuck? Actual scumbag? Exactly. And so why was it that this person was able to make a new account or a new character and just immediately start messaging me the same thing again? Well, it's because Blizzard is not doing their job. Because like
because they're focusing on this rather than the actual
for every
issues.
person that like I mean I've been on the internet for a long time, right? I know people are going to try to get under your skin. I don't really
100%.
care
Yeah, all
about
the time.
that. It is what it is. People
Look
are
at
going to say
Pyro.
what they're going to say. I don't like it, but it's not going to really catch me off guard or upset me or anything like that. It just is what it is. And so this happens, and you just have to accept this. But there are other people out there that don't want to accept this. There are other people out there that, like maybe this affects them on a more emotional level. Maybe this makes them more unhappy. It just hurts their feelings, etc. And those people are now being harmed because of that. Typical example of people being envious of what you do, only way they can react, who cares about it? They're probably just trying to get a reaction.
Yeah, probably.
And the truth is, here's what it is. That would have never happened in Final Fantasy. Because that person, number one, would have been afraid to even message me that.
That's true.
Because they knew that they would just immediately get banned for doing that. Because if I reported them and find
That's not even like a. I don't even think that's a temporary ban. I'm pretty sure that's like a perma ban right away. No warnings, nothing. It's like you know you shouldn't be doing that shit. Final Fantasy, I am pretty sure that's a perma. Like right away. Like just like one or two messages like that, bro. If they temporary ban people for just telling people that's like, hey man, your DPS is low, and they can actually like ban you for that, bro. They're perma banning for like actual harassments like that, like a dead mother on Mother's Day and just messaging the person, like
Final
fuck off.
Fantasy, their account would be yeeted and deleted.
Yeah.
But the reason why I didn't even file a report with Blizzard, like a formal report after the second character, is because I knew nothing would happen. So there was another person, this was back, I don't know, a year ago, something like that, and this person every single day would spam me with the N word. Like the hard R, all caps, you know what I'm talking about, right?
The
And he
hard
would
R,
spam this in like
all
blocks of
caps.
text, and I would report the character name, and then he would make a new character name, and he would do it again. And this went on for about a week or so. I tried putting the characters on my ignore list. My ignore list got full. He deleted
Yeah.
the character and then he remade
And
it with the same name, so it took it off the ignore list.
yeah,
And
that's
this
so
happened.
dumb
I
that
even posted a picture on Twitter about it, proving it. And it wasn't until I made that tweet that something I think happened. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, he got his
How is this
credits.
happening?
I don't
Like,
even
how is
think
this happening?
I don't even think that player got banned. I'm pretty sure he just got like, oh, there we go. I just want him to mention me on the tweet.
And the thing is, like, I don't view this as a fault of that individual. Because that individual,
I mean,
it's like whack-a-mole. If that person, if the N-word spamming Andy, let me explain why. He is a piece of shit. But at the
yes.
end of the day, this person is able to do that. Because, like, let's say I ban him.
I mean, look, just because he's able to do it, it's like it's not a crime until you get caught. It's like you still blame the person, but but the system is what needs changing. The person's like you're not going to change the person. He's a dipshit, right? But the system is what needs the changing. I understand what he's saying, but you still kind of like it's still the person's fault overall, right? I mean, if all people were good, you wouldn't need the system in place, right?
Let's say I put him on ignore and he stops doing it. Let's say Blizzard gets rid of him. Oh, that's nice. Great. Well, what happens whenever the next one comes up? What happens whenever the one after that comes up?
Yeah, you need a system in
It's
place to
about
deal
the
with this
system.
shit.
It's about the system and how they approach these
Yes,
things.
I mean there is a big
Yeah,
fault with
Blizzard
the system,
enables
yes,
the behavior.
but I wouldn't say it's
That's
like the
what it is.
person
Wow,
is
did
not to
Twitter
blame.
integration exactly for this. Tweet about it for them to get banned. I mean, if only that would work. There's an add-on you can block new characters from messaging you. It doesn't work in the same way. And probably a Blizzard employees that spam do that? Absolutely not. But I think it was just somebody who was an asshole. That's all there is to it. And we're
An
now
asshole
doing
Blizzard
block.
employee.
It is now.
Bro, like, how does he drink? I don't know if it's Coke or whatever, but it's definitely a soft drink at 9 a.m. man. Or well, sorry, it's not a.m. for me. But it's like he said that's the first stream for him. That's the first subject for him for the day. So it's like probably 8 or 9 a.m. for him. Bro, I don't know. And like I know he said he wakes up, he goes to like the gas station. I'm assuming he gets like his drinks there. Bro, like how do you drink soft drinks in the morning, man? Like my palate can't handle that much sugar. It's like I need like some food or something with it. That's crazy.
Apparently, we already over half. We already.
Dude, I honestly wish he would take better care of himself. I honestly wish so. He's like as a dude to another dude, man, I really wish he would just like I'm not saying like go ham, like start working out and all that stuff, like but like reduce certain things. Like right now he has the teeth problems. Like yeah, he has money, he can get his teeth done and all that stuff, but it's like just imagine how many days he's gonna miss of playing or streaming because he's gonna have to deal with health issues, man. Like that sucks. And it's like like a week of like health issues is a lot for a gamer. Like bro, when I was sick, I was like, man, I really want to play, but I also really want to sleep. And just it's kind of annoying. I don't know. And I didn't have any like operation, whatever. I was just sick, right? It's like I don't know, man. Like I really wish he would take better care of himself. I mean, uh, yeah, it is what it is.
already sold out over half the merch. Holy fuck. Okay, yeah. So yeah, there you go, guys. I apparently just got a message about that, and so yeah, that was a lot faster than I would have expected. Holy fucking shit! Wow. So yeah, thank you guys very much. I appreciate it a lot. OTKnetwork.com, by the way.
I mean, legit, all I would do really is like if I were him, right? Like in this situation, he can use like because right now there's no one living there, and I'm assuming all his mom's stuff is still there, like the stuff she was kind of hoarding. Clean out the house from stuff you don't need. Make a mini gym in your house so you don't have to leave, and just like go there. Like every time you go downstairs, lift a bit of weights. When you're like not streaming, obviously, and honestly, like even if when you're streaming, just have like some dumbbells or resistance bands next to you and just lift it or whatever. Like I don't know, like I need I want him to be more active and like actually take care of himself. Like yeah, I don't know, like it's fuck man. Like if I think about his lifestyle, man, it's so like it's so unhealthy. It's crazy. I mean, he's doing whatever he wants. I get it, but it's like man, he's gonna like he's in his 30s now. Like when he hits the 40s, is really gonna hit him. Like 30s, like when everything starts degenerating, but 40s, like when it's like, bro, you didn't take care of yourself. Like shit is gonna get fucked now.
Fucking add-ons shouldn't have to exist for this. It's something Blizzard should do themselves.
Yes.
Here is what a company with any sense of self-respect would do. They would ban the person's account.
Yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah.
They would just ban their account. Like there's no question about it. There's no like, oh, what about this or that or whatever. Why free speech? Well, because they're harassing somebody.
Okay. This whole talk about free speech. Look, I'm all for free speech in places that are meant for that. Right? You have a public square and stuff like that, and also free speech has its limits. You can't just say whatever the fuck you want and avoid consequences. Okay? Right? There are limits to free speech to an extent. Right? It's like you can't just say anything, everything. And honestly, if you can, I mean, you know, you go up the street and you start blaming people for thieving or something like that, and if you get, it's like, oh, it's free speech, and it's like someone like, fights you for it, or like the police arrests you for saying something that is not true and basically slandering someone, that's not free speech, that's slander. Okay, so there's a limit to free speech, but here's the other thing. This is not a public platform. This is an online MMORPG, and honestly, there's no free speech on private platform. WoW is a private platform. They can dictate what you can and cannot say. That's not about free speech, right? As far as I like free speech, man, you can just say whatever the fuck you want in a video game, right? The rules are you can't say stuff that are illegal to say, such as inciting violence and all that stuff. And whatever the company decides, you can't say on their fucking platform. It's their platform. That's how it is. Okay? Like, and if the platform is too strict, yeah, a lot of people won't go. So, like, the platform has to decide what is okay and what's not. For example, League of Legends, I hate how they manage their chat to the point where you might as well just mute your chat because you can't have any constructive fucking conversations there, right? In World of Warcraft, they're a lot more lenient, but it's still not free speech. Well, I mean, because they're not doing anything, it is, but overall, it's not. I mean, you can't even slash spit anymore. Like they took that away, right? Obviously, like free speech is like there are places you can use it. You can't use it everywhere and anytime.
And I think that basically people have the right to self censor. They have the right to stop somebody else from harassing them. So,
Anything you
like, for
can will be
example,
used
I
against you in
think
the
that
court
it's
of law,
one thing to
in the
just
court
be
of public
speaking out
opinion.
and saying things just out in the open. But it's another thing to, like, take your words and your language and direct it at one person individually. And whenever the person says, leave me alone, you say, no, I will not leave you alone. I will continue to harass you. That, in my opinion, is not free speech.
Oh.
That is not in the First Amendment or anything like that. That is clear.
Mm. One sec, we're back. Sorry about that. All right, let's keep going.
Clearly fucking harassment. And if you did this in any other walk of life, they could put a lawsuit against you for it. They
Yeah.
could. It's just that's not true. It's just not true. At a point, yeah, it's the intention behind it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just straight harassment. People don't understand that, and I don't know what it is. Speech has nothing to do with it. You can harass someone without saying a word to them. Well, sure, but you can see clearly what I mean, right? You get your ass kicked in real life? Probably not. Most people are not going to kick your ass in real life. They're just going to
Depends
say,
what you
"Get away
say.
from me, asshole! I don't want to be around you."
Well, depends what you
They're
say.
not
If
going to
like,
go and like try to beat you up over this. They're just like, "Oh, what get the
it
fuck away from me!
depends on
Like,
the
stop
environment.
harassing me. Leave me alone."
Depends
Yeah,
on the
nobody's going to try
environment.
to fight you over this. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's go back over here, and we're going to look at the rest of this.
I mean, most times I would say if okay, so for example, you just like go up to a black dude, right, and you keep saying the N word like a motherfucker, like crazy, just all you gotta do. I would say a lot, like depends on the environment, but I would say most black people will not like hit you for it. They would think you have a mental problem if you just walk behind them and just keep saying it, right? But you might tell them to like, yo, stop, fuck off, blah blah blah. But yeah, again, so in his comments, like Mike Tyson disagrees. The guy wasn't harassing him with verbally. He was physically harassing him. He was in his face. He was in his personal space. That's different. Yeah, if you get into people's personal space while harassing, yeah, then they're gonna make it physical. But you got into their physical space. Like it's like you're right there. If you're just walking behind someone like a couple meters and just keep saying some dumb shit, most people will not attack you for it unless it's like a nightclub and there's or like there were a few drinks or like the other person also has a mental problem.
And develop staff judgment. However, the question does remain: how do we convert this feedback from collective desire into tangible
It's honestly,
reality?
it's not worth it to hit somebody. It's just not worth it. Like the legal liability of it is just like not worth it. You can ruin your week or your month easily by hitting someone like for like 2 seconds. Like it's not worth it. People know it's not worth it, and that's why most people don't do it. Most rational. Even when you're angry, you would more likely hit something than someone.
As expected, the people at King are already thinking a few moves ahead. In 2016, King began developing a method for guarding
Few
against
moves ahead.
unconscious bias and exclusion whenever it came to the creation of their game and characters. At this time, the idea existed as an intangible philosophy, but the potential was obvious. So you have obviously, this is their example of this is the new system. This is the new covenant, guys. So you have socioeconomic background, sexual orientation,
Age.
gender identity, facial features, body.
Yeah, why is sexual orientation at 0? Do you get more point for being gay or like or straight or something? Like why is the sexual orientation 0 then? How does this work?
Type, physical ability, cognitive ability, age, race, and culture.
Or does that mean so okay, so let's view it in a different way. So let's say the middle circle is like when you start off. Let's say this is you as a baby, right? So right here, this is you as a baby, right? Because like age is at 0, your culture is at 0, your gender identity you don't know it yet, so it's at 0. Physical ability is at 0. Cognitive ability, apparently Anna has no cognitive ability, is at 0. Okay, so this is like when you start as a baby. So that means babies usually don't decide if they're gay or straight, right? They're just like they have no inclination. So that means Anna, at 60 years old, I think that's her age, still didn't decide if she's gay or straight. Maybe she's asexual. Oh, asexual.
Culture. So that's right. We can't have too many attractive people in the video game because maybe that's going to make people that are insecure unhappy. Yeah.
She
So
has
like
no
I can
she
understand.
has no body type. Okay, so she's still in baby form.
Look at McCree's name. Yeah, it's still there, obviously. Well, it's because, listen, guys, it's all performative. Let me ask you a question.
100%.
This is a very simple question. Do you think they would do this if it would cause them to lose money? No, I don't think so. I don't think that they would.
I honestly think this will make them lose money. They don't think they would. They don't want to do it to lose money. But I feel like this is actually is gonna make them lose money because it tells the players this is what they care about and not about their game.
And I think that the individual people at the company would do that, but would the company take the action collectively? No, I don't think so. This is just something that they do in order to basically what they're doing is they are monetizing and they are turning people's races and sexual orientations into ways to advertise themselves and sell more of their products. And this is common, very, very common nowadays, where you'll have brands that will take on causes and talk about causes that they feel aligns with their audience in order to further sell more of their products. And that's what it is. They're effectively using these social issues and these things as a marketing tool. And some people might ask, and this is some comment that I get a lot whenever I bring this up, is that isn't it still a good thing that they're talking about something good fundamentally, though? And I would argue and say no, it's not. Because whenever you have a company that is imbued, or like enamored or integrated, like whatever you want to fucking call it, in sexual harassment lawsuits, in these other types of problems, etc., and then they start using these people as effectively a marketing tool to sell their product, I think that a lot of people that devalues the idea of the diversity in the first place because they see it and they look at it and they're obviously cynical about it. They obviously don't take
Oh
it
yeah,
seriously, and I think through extension of
yeah,
that,
they
they
don't give
take
a
the
shit.
movement and they take those people less seriously because they think that it's just a marketing ploy and
Yeah, they're taking advantage of this whole like gender identity thing that's going on and like sexuality and all that stuff that's going on in the political spectrum, and they're taking it in and they're taking advantage of it. Kind of like Amber Heard took advantage of the Me Too because reasons, to advance her career, which is now, it's getting backfired on her. Guess what? It's gonna backfire on Blizzard too.
it's not real. And so what they're doing is they're taking a legitimate social issue or somebody's actual identity or something like that, using it as a marketing tool, and then cheapening the fact that it's an actual human experience that should be treated like it should not be treated like a commodity. So yes, I do think that it's harmful, and I don't agree that it's something that's good, even though they're doing something bad. And this is actually what happened. And so I'll give you an example of this. This is what happened to somebody here at Blizzard. Is whenever obviously Jay Hal
Here
and
at
Brad
Blizzard, whoa, 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 whoa. Here at Blizzard, I fucking knew it. Asmongold is part of Blizzard. I fucking knew it. He was an insider all along. We're fucked.
stepped down, and they had two people take the lead of Blizzard. They had Mike Ybarra
Oh,
and Jen
the
O'Neill.
female thing.
And
Yeah.
Insect Noises, thank you very much for the flag with the subs.
Or
I appreciate that.
reasons.
Thank
Oh,
you very
50-50
much.
everywhere.
So what happened with Jen O'Neill is this. She and Mike Ybarra collectively, because they were going to pay them, the Activision Blizzard leadership were going to pay them different amounts. And this is, again, imagine in the very midst of this scandal, they were going to pay them different amounts.
I love it. That was like the best part of the scandal. I really gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back. Okay.
And she obviously went to them. She's like, I don't think this is fair. And Mike Ybarra went to them and he said that's not fair. And you know what? They didn't do a fucking thing about it.
Because again, they don't
Until
give a
later on,
shit.
whenever she submitted her resignation, they said, wait a minute, oh, now we're going to give you what you want. So it's some kind of weird negotiation bullshit, right?
Yeah.
So this happens. And on top of that, why do you think that they promoted her up to that position? Well, the way I'll tell you what she thought. She thought that they promoted her up to that position purely out of tokenism because she was a
100%.
woman, and I think that she happened to be like gay or like a.
And you know what the worst part is? Like, mad respect to her for like leaving and then calling them out. But the problem is, what they also assumed is she would be okay with it. That's the biggest one, in my opinion. That they can buy her out. That's how lowly they value her principles and her as a person. They could just buy her out. Fuck it. Doesn't need to have a word in it. Fuck it. We're just gonna put her in that position. She just has to be quiet. Honestly, they could have taken like a beginner female employee. Be like, yo, you know what? Here's 5 times your pay, and all you have to do is be a CEO by name. And that's it, right? But that would be too obvious. It was tokenism. I'm not saying she wasn't qualified for the job, but Blizzard clearly thought that.
Bisexual or something like that. And I want you to think about how it must feel to somebody to have an over 20-year career that you've worked for in the
Yeah,
industry be
yeah,
reduced down to your genitalia.
yeah.
To think to yourself, okay,
It's fuck.
I have spent so much time, honing my
I mean, me,
skills,
I'm a cheap man. I'm
learning to
like,
be
fuck it, like.
better at what I'm doing, and then to be reduced down to that. And she fucking quit. Thank God. Yeah, thank God. I think, my affirmative action is more destructive than helpful. I think that listen, there's a lot of nuance to that, and we can't. I'm not going to make some general statement, but what I'm going to say is that Blizzard clearly does this performatively. They
Yes.
do not
We
actually
everyone
believe
knows
this, and
Blizzard
it's
doesn't give a
annoying. I
shit.
find it funny. It's funny in a Watchmen comedian kind of way. Sure, absolutely. Society is blowing itself up, and it's just a complete dumpster fire. Sure, you can make that
Yeah.
argument, absolutely.
Basically,
But I
that's why
think
it's
that too,
hilarious.
it's also stupid. It's disgusting. It's cynically hilarious. Exactly.
Us doomers are
It's all
having a
performance for the
blast right
cameras,
now.
not because they actually believe it. The irony is then by being such an anti-offensive extremist, they're actually being offensive. I agree. I
Yes.
actually think so too. I think there's a lot of people that they see stuff like this. I'm gonna take this off. I think I gotta take it off. Like number one, it's hot, and number two, I'm pretty sure we probably sold out almost all of them. So I can't keep wearing it. Oh my god, it's so hot. I'm
I
sorry.
really don't
It's so
like the
hot.
OTK
Let me take it
products.
off. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
It's like kids wear. I don't see an
It's
adult
nice
who
to be
respects
loved more
himself
than
wearing
everything. Yeah,
OTK stuff.
I'll put it right here. How about that, guys? I think that's good enough. Yeah, there we go. And all right.
Like, look at the color. It looks like something like
96 degrees?
an
I
8-year-old
have no
would wear,
idea
you
what
know?
temperature it is. I just know that it's fucking hot. I thought about actually moving my stream
They need like more adult stuff, more edgy stuff.
I'm
But
not sure if I'm gonna do that because I'm
that
just so used to streaming up here. But
that
it is sort of
logo, in my opinion, looks very childlike. Which again, maybe they are advertising to people like that. Obviously, like hardcore fans of OTK and like of Asmon, of Miskif, whatever, they'll buy it. But like, I don't see any adult with. It's hard to say like self-respect, but it's like. It's like, because like you can self-respect and be childish as fuck, right? But it's like an adult that actually acts like an adult. Let's just say it like that, and not like, you know, Miskiff, Aspen, stuff like that on stream. They might like. I'm not saying like they're not acting like adults outside of stream. On stream, they're not acting like adults, right? I'm sure they're like more mature than they let on to be, right? But I don't see someone like that wearing an OTK. Like especially this one, it's like it looks way too childish. The color and the colors of OTK, like of the logo, just look childish. They can go with they honestly just they can style their OTK brand like in very many different ways. One, like they can be I would like I would love like a sportswear OTK. I would love what's called like a cozy OTK, like a onesie OTK kind of thing. They can branch out like to a lot of stuff. Their fans are gonna buy it anyways, right? What's called like an edgy for like for the skater OTK, like all that stuff. And it's like, and honestly, here's the thing: they have so many different personalities in OTK that they can make OTK merchandise based on personalities, kind of like support who your favorite streamer is or whatever. Not necessarily like make it as a competition, because like it doesn't matter, but it's like, that like Schlatt has a very different personality to Miskiff. Miskiff is someone who would wear this, for example, right? Asmongold, sometimes I guess, yeah, but it's like I think Asmongold likes it plain, more plain, right? So like having a plain OTK, this is like more of a kid OTK, which like Miskiff. I don't even know I don't know much about Asfend. Schlatt looks more of explosive type guy kind of thing, right? It's like, I'm not saying like the shirt should be explosive, but it's like, what does Schlatt wear, right? He would wear, like, he would not wear this, for example, right? He would wear this as a joke or like to promote the product, but this is not the type of clothes he wears normally, right? You can see it in his promo video when he joined OTK. I don't even know who else is in OTK. What's her name? I forgot her name. Uh, the one they went to Korea with. I forgot her name. She might wear something like this, but honestly, she's like, she feels like she's forever in cosplay. So honestly, I don't know what her taste would be like. Yeah, but yeah, they can easily branch out and make a personality type OTK clothing, in my opinion, and that would be better because these ones are weird. I think like I would you would not find me dead with something like that. But honestly, I'm also like not someone who really supports branding to an extent. Like I know this is like the fans that want to support them and want to get something out of it are gonna buy this. I get it. Um, and it's like that's cool. Uh, I don't I don't see myself wearing anything of this. Like if the OTK was like, like a massive like an a T that cuts like this part, like a massive T that cuts the whole middle, like the T just goes down, then the K or something like that, or the K comes out. Or I don't know, like there are many styles. I'm not like a stylist or whatever, so it's like I can't like design shirts properly, but it's like I can envision different ways to use this logo, and honestly their logo overall can fit into a lot of different like locations because of how the logo is. For all, like, honestly, the back and like it's not good for promos, but like the OTK that I just described myself on the back would probably look very sick, especially like on a specific type of cloth, like the lighter shirts, like the ones that like feel really light and like kind of like move around in the wind a lot. This like obviously is not. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but like I feel like they can do a lot more with the OTK brand. Like they're making good money. I feel like they can branch out on their clothing a lot more.
Something that I've considered.
This looks like something you would wear for like to middle school, maybe high school if you're the geek who doesn't get the chicks, something like that.
Anyway, so yeah, I feel like I don't want to. I don't want to move. I'll probably just get something else fixed instead. But yeah, anyway, so this happens, and this is what the actual company is doing. You've got to keep that in mind. Yeah, this is what the actual company is doing. It's not like some bullshit, and it pretty much got exposed way later on. Though there's purely aesthetic reasons, but behind the curtains, they'll employ toxic business practices to silence their employees and pay some random PR firm to squash all evidences. Well, I'll actually give you a great example of that. So you remember how a lot of the recently Blizzard gave like a huge pay raise to a lot of their contractors and people that I think worked at, I think there's a place called Raven or something like that. Do you guys remember this? Yeah, do you guys remember this? Yeah. Well, guess what? This was the people. This was the group of people that were trying to unionize against Blizzard, and all the people that were unionizing against Blizzard categorically did not get these benefits. That's cute. Yeah, that's really cute. Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Blizzard
that's what's
cares,
going to
man.
happen.
Blizzard
Check
cares.
Bellure's Twitter. Sure, I'll look at that in a few minutes. Actually, you know what? I'll look at it right now. Let's see what they're saying. Bellure Gaming. All right, almost opened up Belle Delphine. Okay, good. What's this here?
I'm sure everyone would like that too.
Yeah, here we go. God, I swear our own company tries so hard to slaughter any goodwill the actual devs who make the game have built. Overwatch doesn't even use this creepy dystopian chart. Our writers have eyes. The artists have eyes. Producers. Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like
Wait. God, I swear our own company tries so hard to slaughter any goodwill the actual devs who make the game have built. Yes. Yeah. Overwatch doesn't even use this creepy dystopian chart. It is. Our writers have eyes, the artists have eyes, producers, directors, etc. As far as I know, also all have eyes. Yes. Oh my god, bro. Innovative diversity cis. Guys.
our writers have
Right.
eyes. The artists have eyes. Producers.
Oh my
Yeah, and
god.
that's the thing. Is like now each individual
And
person
the best part is that was a girl, sorry, a woman that wrote that. That was the best part. If it was a man, everyone would like probably like go against him or whatever. But it's like 'cause it's Twitter. But a woman wrote it, so they might call her still sexist and all that stuff because it's Twitter. But yeah, yeah. Like we don't. Who needs this? Dude, do you log into Overwatch and be like, Tracer? Let's see, she has these maneuvers, but it's like, but is she a female? Is she 20 years old? Does she have long hair or short hair? Like, who cares? You can't customize them anyways.
right, that's being added in here, it basically cheapens the addition of any sort of like character that's not like a white male, because they know everybody now is going to know, and this is what's going to happen, is that every character that gets added into the game that's not, just like your typical person, like your typical white male, video game.
You mean the majority of people in the Western hemisphere of the world? Yes.
John Souls Master Chief guy is going to be looked at through the lens of this fucking chart. They're going to be looked at through that, and then that character is never going to be seen as a legitimate, authentic character.
Yeah.
It will never be seen as authentic again. So let's look at the rest of this. Enter the MIT one. Okay, yeah. All right, here we go. Looking at.
This is what I feel like the biggest like. First of all, I'm pretty sure whoever came up with this graduated recently. Like like in the last like the original thing they came up with was like 2019 or 2018, right? So it's like he graduated around that time and came up with this bullshit, and then it kind of comes to show what he was actually learning in MIT instead of like actually doing, like like, well, we were learning all of this, but also we were learning a lot of politics. And I have a massive problem with like education system right now because they're throwing politics into these things. There's this manga I'm reading right now, and it's kind of funny. And there's a situation there where it's like you have a class, like the main protagonist was reborn, like obviously he's in school now, and in this class, um, he's a son of a baron, so he's like from a very important family, and one of the other guys there who's like an evil bastard got his ass handed to him. Now, but this guy made a deal with one of the professors that like before this whole thing happened, that he would help him advance into politics, into like being more than just a professor at the academy. So he's really into like, let's help this guy out as much as possible in order for him to get into politics. This is not as relevant to this, but it's like it just shows how much like teachers like politics, basically, or something like that. I don't know, but it did bring to mind when it's like I'm thinking about like how corrupt education systems are when the professors and teachers are involved in politics, because like they will throw it into their kids and kids absorb everything, and it's problematic.
All the ways basic elements such as gender, body type, roles, and even such granular factors such as pose or body movement can suggest powerful things about a character in one way or another. According to King Globalization Project manager, Once MIT handed over the basic software, King spent the last 2 years honing and developing it, mostly as a volunteer effort. An important principle for us at King is all players should feel welcome. Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, no
Then
shit.
ban the
Make a
people
good
that
game.
harass
Everyone
them.
will be welcome.
The idea of a tool to make characters more diverse and inclusive may seem a little hard to wrap your head around. That is true. It certainly does. In practice, it has to be more than just a pop-up reminder that between 2017 and 2021, nearly 80% of the highest-selling games in the world featured white male protagonists. It needs to become a part of the incubation.
The idea of a pop-up reminder that between 2017 and 2021, nearly 80% of the highest-selling games in the world featured white male protagonists. Okay. Who is your target audience? I know you're like they want everyone to play, but who is majority target audience? You know, if let's say the numbers flipped, what's the population of non-whites in America? I think it's like 20, 25% maybe. The rest are whites, right? It's like you just have a massive majority of white people who, again, it's just how it is. Usually are in better socioeconomic status, so they can afford, they can afford player games. They have the time. They probably have the means to pay to win more. That's your target audience. Usually, yeah. People who don't appreciate their money, basically. White people.
Process from the start, baked
White
into the
dudes.
pipeline in an unmissable, consistent step. Yeah, it's like a Black Mirror episode. Well, here's what's white people is bad. I mean, clearly that's what it's at, and you can see obviously how they do this kind of stuff is that they're basically basing these things off of just different types of identity politics. That's what it is. How we don't
I'm
make it
not
past the
saying, by the way, that's like white people deserve to be in better. Like there are plenty of white people who are not in a good situation. There are plenty of black people or like Hispanic or people of color that are in a better situation than some white people. I'm just saying majority, right? Overall, usually white neighborhoods are where people even like look at the what's called the BLM CO, whatever her name is. Bought 4 houses with the BLM money, but where are they located? I don't think they're located in very black neighborhoods, are they? Right? I'm not saying black neighborhoods are bad or whatever, but that's not what she bought her places. I'm not saying what the reason is. I'm just saying that's where she bought her locations. Okay? For some reason she went out of that location instead of like going there. I don't want to get into the whole BLM things, but it does give you a nice-ish picture of like of who the crowd is wherever you live, right? And again, white men like me, well, less like me. I'm Jewish, so I care about money to an extent. Um, they just spend money like fucking idiots. Yeah, like the whole like I stopped playing pay to win. My friend, by the way, has a business. He spends a lot of money on these games. It's his money. He can do whatever the fuck he wants, right? But it's like, yeah, money is not that big of a deal when you're having fun and you're competing with other people on a mobile game that you're gonna delete in 2 months, I guess.
the chart. I have no idea. What percentage of game players are white, though? Well, I don't know. I have no idea. I
Higher
don't have the data
percentage.
on that. All I'm saying is that I think
Probably a
that
higher
more and more
percentage, so
people
you
are
have
seeing
because
things
you
like
have more of
this,
them.
and they're just saying no. That's it. They're just saying no. And I think that people say no by just buying other games that don't have this.
I love that there's not one white man in this picture.
Like, that's all there is to it.
And by the way, like when I see like the protagonist is white or whatever, it's not something I think about. When I see that he's black, it's not something I think about. It doesn't make sense that he's white. Doesn't make sense that he's black. To an extent, maybe he's relevant, right? Like the location, whatever. Like I wouldn't expect, I don't know, like I can't even like. I legit like can't even think of an example where someone wouldn't fit into a certain location or environment, right? I guess World War II, and you are fuck man, yeah, and you have like an army full of uh, Hispanics in World War II marching on to um, Berlin. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, now would it? I don't think there were a lot of Hispanics going into Berlin, but you know. And even then, I wouldn't even care. It's like, whatever, fuck it. Hispanics going to Berlin. Yeah, fuck it. I'll go with it. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. Is the gameplay good? Yes or no? That's it. Like, who cares? Also, whenever I see a white man as the thing, I don't feel represented. Right? I am white. I'm European. Right? It's like middle Jewish European. You know the standard. Not the standard. I'm just kidding. And like I never feel represented in games because I also don't care about it. I play a fucking blood elf on in WoW. Like, do you think blood elf represents me? Like, feel orcs represent somebody? You think trolls represent somebody? Well, maybe yeah, trolls maybe represent somebody. But it's like, dude, who cares? Like, it's a fucking game. Give me a break. I'm playing this to like not think about real life.
Because that's the best thing about the market, is that whenever you're being patronized by somebody who again has all of their fucking personality traits as mental disorders in their Twitter bio, and this person's saying this stuff to you, and they're trying to
Yeah.
tell you that you're a bad person for not caring about what they care about, you can just say no, and you can just go somewhere else. You can say, you know what, this is weird. I don't want to do this. I'm gonna go watch something else. Because there are games all over the world now that aren't infected by this kind of stuff, that aren't trying to be, trying to monetize different people's social and social differences, and people can just play those instead. Yeah, they can just play those instead. And you know what the best part about it is? There's nothing they can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it, because you know what? Money talks.
Yep.
And in making games and in business, it's the only voice that matters.
Hell yeah.
You just I really mean this. If you feel like games like this, you don't like what these games are doing,
Don't pay.
don't buy them.
Yeah.
Stop buying them. Because guess what? What do you think?
But here's the problem. When, which is a problem, another problem. The developers might not know, or like whoever's in charge of this fucking bullshit might not know why people are not buying this, right? Maybe eventually they'll be like, the common denominator is all this diversity, and then they'll be like, well, people are, they're just like transphobes and sexists, and and they're racist and stuff like that, right? The game itself is good, in my opinion. Again, even if they push all of this, if the game is good, people will play it. As much as I don't like this bullshit in games, like I don't care about real life politics in the games, put whoever you want in there. For all I care, they can be square boxes marching onto the battlefield. I don't give a shit as long as the gameplay is good. Obviously, I would. I don't feel like I want to play a square box, but whatever. You know what I mean? Like they can be aliens for all I care. Like they can be complete and utter like non-human beings. There's a sheep game that they go to war, some shit like that. That they have cannons in their fur, or some shit like that. Who cares? Make a good game, but don't waste time on this, in my opinion. Because when you waste time on this and you make a bad game because of this, or like people think that it's because of this, then yeah, your game is gonna be fucking dog shit. That's how it is, and it's like no one's gonna play it. That's it, right? When you push the diversity in, make it as something like a plus, not as a deficit to the actual gameplay.
Do you really think that the stockholders care about this? This is a publicly traded company.
I don't give a fuck.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, this is a publicly traded company. That's all there is to
The
it.
thing is, like, we're actually going in like in circles overall with this acceptance and like this whole thing. It's like I don't know if people notice, but it's like the whole like get woke go broke thing. It's starting to happen. a lot of companies start losing a lot of money the more woke they went, because like you start going woke, you're gonna keep going woke. So, like at some point, like maybe you made some money because of it, or you feel like you did, but obviously I think COVID played a bigger part with like a lot of companies making money, and then it's like you keep going woke, you keep going woke, you keep going woke, and then people are like, you know what? You shove this woke shit up my ass so far that I'm so sick of it. I'm about to shit it all out, and I'm never fucking taking your shit ever again. And that's it. And it's like, and you're losing trust of people because you're shoving. If they like, the problem is they're not even doing it incrementally. It's like you can see the difference in how much they're doing it literally, like half a year by half year, like maybe year by year. You can see how much more diverse and more accepting and more this and more that. It's like stop with the like with this bullshit in your games and in the media. Like no one like you're sitting here like fucking like, in people's fucking throats, man, through their fucking anus all the way to the fucking throat, to the point where people are just sick of it. And to when people are sick of something, they're not only gonna uh stop buying your shit for the duration that it's there, they're gonna stop buying your shit even later because they lost trust in you and they don't think that you're worthy of their time and money. Okay, stop shoving your ideals into people's fucking anuses all the way to their throat. Okay, if you want to shove ideals into people, you gotta do it fucking like tiny bits by tiny bits, so people are, oh, okay, this is fine, accepted. Oop, next level. Ooh, accepted, next level. Right, and this is like a duration that would happen throughout generations. They're trying to do it in like maybe 6 years that they've been actually like really shoving this woke bullshit into people, and people are getting really sick of it. No one cares about this to the because it's so much everywhere that people are like, yo, fuck this. It's the same as like when MMOs became popular, because you didn't really have a way to communicate with random people in the world in a cool environment. This is why I think WoW was successful. You could talk to random people. It's like, oh, hey, man, I'm from the States. Yo, bro, I'm from Israel. Holy fuck, you're from the States? Man, that's so cool, right? Now it's like, oh, okay, you're from, yeah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, oh, okay, you're from Ukraine. Okay, I don't, oh, you're from England. Yeah, that's I don't care. It's like yeah, because you've been oversaturated with this to the point where it's like it's normal for now for someone in the States to talk to someone in French and both speak English and understand each other. And it's like yeah, whatever. We're all so connected. That's like connection is not even like that important anymore. I think Joshua Hayes made a good video about it. Like oh no, there was someone else as well made a good video of like why MMOs like why MMOs are not don't feel as special anymore, and that's mostly because we're so connected. Man, like talking to people in MMO is not as fun as it used to be. It's more like a lot of times in MMOs, it's like you're dealing with people all day, depends on your work or whatever, to the point where like you go home, you want to play your MMO, but it's like you don't even want to talk to people anymore. You're like, man, let me just do stuff on my own at this point, right? It's like I don't want to deal with people right now. Like it's so much in your face, and obviously we're not to the point where like we hate people, but it's like you see a lot more people are more sociopathic right now. No one is like conversing in real life. When I go to a barman, everyone's in their small groups. No one is talking to anyone. Like they're talking to their own little group. No one is like actually like approaching and like having conversation, joining groups together for massive conversations and like having a really good time with other people. No one does that. This is not like fucking old the old times when people go to the pub and like yo drinks on me blah 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 and everyone's fucking friends for the night. This doesn't happen anymore. I don't know how often it would happen there, but it's like probably more if like let's say you work in a mine all day, you don't talk to anyone. It's like yeah, you want to talk to people at the end of the day. You go to your local pub and you start talking conversing with like random people all the time. Now it's like you converse with so many people so much that it's like man, I just don't want to talk to anyone, and people becoming sociopathic, in my opinion.
So the moment that these people says the guy pre-ordering WoW, yeah, it's my job. Of course I'm going to do it. Yeah, absolutely, it's my.
I mean, look, if you know for a fact you're gonna play a game, you might as well pre-order it because it's a good deal, right? I don't pre-order WoW because I don't know if I'll play the game. I honestly I'm like maybe, but like it's like mm, no, I haven't paid for WoW since like WoD since the token came out, and I don't plan on starting. So it is what it is. But yeah, he obviously is gonna play like he's gonna get like 300,000 views while playing the new expansion. More people will watch him play it than actually people play it, because they would use him as a testing ground to see if the game is worth it. So obviously for him it's good money, and for the viewers it's good fucking views, because they'll get an idea of what if they want to play it or not.
My job. Why would I? What do you think I'm going to do? Like not do my job because of this? Of course. I'm not. I'm never going to go and tell you guys. By the way, I'm never going to go and tell you guys. Oh, you should quit your job because of your moral opinions about it. Yeah, gotcha,
Yeah.
Andy. Play a different game.
So
No,
weird.
this is better for my job. I think that there is a certain amount of entitlement
100%.
that people have. Maybe this is a small-minded person that obviously everybody here probably works for a company, or at least a lot.
Like I understand why the person's telling him not to play it, because he wants Asmongold to be the guy who starts the movement, like what was Gamers Rise Up? Gamers Rise Up. We are banning WoW from our gameplay list. Like, bro, he's not gonna be that guy. Like, let's be real. He doesn't look like the guy who wants to be a part of a massive movement. Okay, he just wants to chill, relax, have a good time, talk some shit, play some games, and that's it. Like he's not gonna be the guy. Is he in a position to do so? Yeah, I think he is, but that doesn't mean he has to. Okay, that's not his responsibility.
People here work for a company that's probably done a lot of bad stuff.
He's not Spider-Man.
They've done things that you would disagree with, etc. But you're still showing up to work because that's what you do for a job. That's what you're invested in. That's what you care about. That's what it comes down to. Yep, gotcha Andes. Yep, just permaban the gotcha Andes. I hate seeing them. I hate reading them. Anything like that. Any gotchas. But what about this? Just immediate permaban. I don't want to hear it. They're always stupid, and they never bring up good points. So yeah. Anyway. So this is the way that I look at it, is that these types of things are completely protestable. They are. And you'll see that. The way you explain things is therapeutic. That's why you don't like the chart. That obviously means you're racist, homophobic, misogynist.
100%,
exactly.
always.
And the thing is that, and this has become more and more the case, is that people just simply don't care what they're being called. Because at a certain point, whenever everybody is being called this for criticizing,
when the word loses its meaning, it's like it doesn't matter anymore. It's like if everyone's homophobe, then no one's homophobe at the same time, right? It's like I don't care at this point. If everyone's a horse son, it's like it's the common thing to say to people. It's like, hey, you're a horse son. It's like, yeah, fuck it. Like it doesn't mean anything anymore, right? It's all about the context and the meaning behind the word. If the meaning is lost, then the word doesn't mean it.
Or questioning anything like
the origin of words was to convey meaning, aside from like a dialect. It was in order to convey meaning. If there's no meaning behind the word, it doesn't mean
this. It just doesn't matter anymore.
Yep.
Right? There's no value to it anymore. And I think that people collectively are just tired of hearing this bullshit, and they just want to be able to play video games and not be preached to in a video game.
There was a video. I don't remember who it was, but it was like basically, so it's like a woman that is not like from the States. Her English is not her first language, and she says, okay, like if I call you this in your language, you're gonna get offended, right? And he's like, yeah. Okay, what if I say this? And she says it in her language. I don't remember what it was. And he's like, yeah, no, I like, what does that mean? It means the same thing, but like now you don't understand it. So the meaning was not conveyed, therefore you're not offended. And that was like pretty much, it's a very simple way to understand it. Obviously, it's like I feel like I'm explaining this to like toddlers, but it's like, that's basically how you view it. It's like if the meaning of the word, the meaning behind what people are saying, doesn't impact you, then there's no meaning behind it, and that's it, right? So it's like if you're someone who gets like, let's say you're like a kid who gets bullied by like other people, they calling you names. If you like, let's say, pretend it, like like make yourself kind of forget that the meaning of these words or what they're meaning, you're really not gonna get offended ever. That's what kind of like why Asmongold doesn't get offended by the guy with the dead mother thing during Mother's Day. It's like there's no meaning behind, because the person who's saying it has no meaning to him as well, right? That's why I said, like, if the guy got run over by a bus tomorrow, he wouldn't care, because there's no meaning to that guy's life for Asmongold, right?
There is to it. The chart is a virtue checklist. That's exactly it. Yeah, exactly. Because words have lost all meaning from years ago. Tweet at King and ask them to change their name for consistency. Yeah, sure. Knowing them, they would probably change it to Queen and think that it's inclusive.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Sharing and caring, yeah, whatever. What's this here?
I love that someone wrote Riot over Blizzard. Riot is probably worse than Blizzard. They just didn't have the sex scandals. If Riot had a sex scandal like this, I believe they would do like 10 times worse things than what Blizzard is doing with.
Working on Call of Duty Vanguard has left a sizable impression. We used diversity space tool to figure out what more diversity looks like across all of our characters in both campaigns.
Diverse cast of Call of Duty
Campaign and
Vanguard.
multiplayer
Who
live
cares?
sessions, and now we're going to use that data going forward into the next games that we're working on. Overwatch 2 team at Blizzard has also had the chance to experiment with the tool with equally enthusiastic first impressions. Well, I wonder why. Probably because if you don't have an enthusiastic first impression of this, you get fired because they're going to call you racist.
Yeah, basically.
Like, that's why.
Here's another thing. I'm just looking at. Okay, he's gonna get through the picture.
Yeah, like, what do you think? Like, what do you think that, like, you're not allowed to disagree with this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
That's what it is, yeah. It's these people believe in diversity of everything except for thought. I like the one guy sitting in the photo. Oh, the one white guy. Oh, yeah, in the back. To be honest, I didn't even notice that. Beyond Game.
Wait 1 second. So before he goes there, okay, so I want to go over this photo. Now they're talking about inclusion. They don't want to be stereotypical or whatever, right? How come they all have different outfits? How come she looks like she's a freedom fighter or resistance fighter from Africa because of that the thing she has over her neck, whatever. This is the portrayal of a lot of what's called a lot of, not females specifically, but like a lot of soldiers and child soldiers in Africa that was used like in the 90s and early 2000s. That's how they were portrayed. Basically, what she's wearing right now. What if she's like an African American? Why is she dressed like this then? Why is she not dressed like this? Why is this guy dressed like this? Why is she dressed like this? Why is she dressed like this? This is a uniform, I believe, from um uh fuck. Oh, I can't think of the name. But it's like you see, it's a more affordable type of material for the cloth. You can see that the what's called the headpiece. Fuck, I forgot the name completely. I remember it's in Hebrew kumta, but like yeah, I don't remember the name of this. But it's like see, he has the I think this is the wow, the skydivers, whatever. Fuck man, paratrooper. I think that's the paratrooper head thing. This is I guess supposed to be Green Beret. There's no way she's Green Beret though. Beret, that's what it's called. It's a beret, Green Beret. He has the red beret, which means he's what's it called? He's a paratrooper. Supposedly, this guy doesn't have a beret. Okay, she is like I want to say Middle Eastern, I guess, beret, which is like but it's like why can't she be an American, like an American, right? Why can't she be? She looks like she's uh, Western European. Why can't she be Eastern European? Sorry, she looks Eastern European. Why can't she be Western European? It's like whenever you try to be so inclusive, you're actually also being exclusive, right? Like that's the biggest problem with this. Like stop being so inclusive because it actually makes it more yeah. Stop being so inclusive because you're actually trying to get it. You're basically making it more exclusive.
Oh, the one white guy. Oh, yeah, in the back. To be honest, I didn't even notice that.
Oh, can't even tell if he's
Gaming.
white.
Okay, here we go. Let's read the Beyond Gaming part. While the diversity space tool was designed for us to use in game character conceptation, Chomas also sees this as having a broader application across all entertainment and media platforms. The traits and measures are applicable to a wider entertainment verticals, including TV, film, and literature. The only change required is if these verticals would use the baseline traits that need to be calibrated to be relevant to the genre and the universe each character exists in. It's designed to continuously evolve as norms shift and platforms change. In the end, you get out of it what you put into it. Well, that's certainly right.
And don't put anything into it, and you're good.
We'll have diversity advocates find us stupid too. Well, yeah, because you're
Of course.
compartmentalizing people's identity, and you're reducing their existence in the game to their identity. I think that's something that nobody would want to be treated that way. Like, yeah, of course not.
Yeah. Yeah, and the more
I'm sure there's
inclusive you
plenty of
try to
people
be,
who are
the
not a
more
fan of that.
exclusive you will be.
So, Blizzard released this, and people
Fucking
were not
idiots.
happy about it. Let's just say
Yeah, no
this.
shit.
It came out, and the internet was not really surprised, but they were not happy. And so let's go back and we're going to take a look at the
But
rest of this.
honestly, I wish, and this is like not just Wowhead, I wish every media source for WoW would not post these things. And I want to see if that would have an effect to the point where it's like no one even knows about these things. So it has like no coverage, completely ignored, no one cares, no one knows, and maybe they would stop. Because when it gets this coverage, you're gonna have some Twitter tards. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god, this is such a good move! Oh my god!" Right? And meanwhile, people who don't care won't even bother reading through the Twitter. Won't even like, "Oh fuck, another diversity shit. I'm not even gonna post anything. I'm not even gonna reply. This is some other bullshit." But there's no engagement. Meanwhile, the guys who are engaging are the people who would support some dumb shit like this.
Go over the chart metrics for Anna? Yeah, sure. Let's look at it. So Anna, let's look at Anna. So culture, and this is for Anna. She's the Anna Amari, age 60. She's a bounty hunter. Uh, uh, Physical ability, she's one-eyed, slim and curvy, slightly aged, heterosexual, middle class. Okay,
Nice.
so culture is very high, race is very high, age. So yeah, she's old, so she gets a high ranking for the age. Cognitive ability, she's fucking dumb.
That's what
Wow,
I'm saying.
cognitive ability is really low,
That's what
while
I'm
culture and
saying.
race is really high. I see. This is a
Interesting.
really great example. This is so smart. How did this get through PR? How the fuck did this get through
Oh
PR?
god, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's yeah,
Oh
that's
my
the
god, that's
best.
not what that means?
What
Let
does
me
it
see what
mean?
it means. Cognitive is very low. Oh, I get it now. No, never mind. Yes, never mind. This means that it's not. The
Psycho?
higher it is, the more I think the word people use is neurodivergent, right? Like whether somebody's like autistic, they have like some form of like mental disorder or something like that. They're like schizophrenic. So okay, never mind on that one. I read it wrong. Physical ability relatively, I guess, kind of
But
high. I don't know.
that's the first thing you would think, wouldn't it be? That's still the first thing you would think. Anyone looking at this and not thinking about it, that's the first thing they would be.
Body type, a normal body type, facial features, and
But here's the problem, because like they're using cognitive ability, and it's like autistic would be like higher on the spectrum, let's say, right? It's like of cognitive ability or something like that. That's I guess that's what their intention is, and it's like that's first of all that's not the first thing you think about, but like why would that give you points? Because like it's inclusive. But it's like I don't know how many autistic snipers there are. It's like or ADHD snipers or something like that. It's like it doesn't make sense. So, like, why would she get points for having that? It should be point reduction because she's a sniper, isn't it? Like,
beauty. Okay, well, we've at least got one guy that works at Blizzard who likes MILFs. And gender identity, I don't even know what her gender identity is. Sexual
but that means
orientation,
nothing. Yeah.
socioeconomic background. Yeah, so that's basically it. So each person, why is Egyptian 7 DPS? I have no idea. And yeah, who likes being included? Yeah, what would your point scale be? Exactly, strong, independent woman. PR infested. There are 5 points for women and 0 for men. Well, right, yeah, I know that's exactly right. Like it's simple. Like they don't want to have like having. They want to have more women and more diverse people that are not white in the games. That's clearly what they're trying to do. This is obvious because the charts reflect this. They even said right here that 80% being represented by a white male, that they said this as a negative. So it
Yeah.
seems very obvious that this is clearly what their goal is. It's obvious as fuck. Yes, it is obvious as fuck. But there's a whole fan base as white males. Well, I don't know if it is or not. I think
That's the point. That's the point, though. Their whole like the biggest fan. Okay, look at like all the pictures of like the WoW players who stood in line for the WoW Classic and TBC. Look at all the pictures of like the guilds and stuff like that. How many white men, how many females, how many black females, white females, how many black males are in those pictures? I would say 80% or more were all white people, okay? It's just a representing of like your client base. There's nothing wrong with that. You just have more of them. Isn't 80% a lot though? That's like one of the comments on the video. It's like, is it a lot? I mean, what's the ratio of the populace? You know, like that's what you want to look at, the ratio of the populace. If you're trying to hit as many people as possible, like to hit as many people, right? Doesn't matter who they are, man, female, trans, black, white, gay, whatever. That doesn't matter, right? Try to hit as many as they are, and percentage wise, that's the people you get compared to, like, let's say, 80% of your gamers are white, 20% are black, let's say, right? I'm just like simplifying it. And also, in the place where this is being played, 80% are white and 20% are black. Guess what? You hit the ratio. You're doing a good job. You don't need 50-50 here, right? Because there's not 50-50. It's like the 50% of your whole game to come from a 20% population. First of all, you probably need like almost all the population to play your game. That's not never gonna happen.
think there's plenty of black people that play video games by Blizzard too.
Yes,
But I think that if I was I don't know really what I would think if I was a minority. I have no idea. But to me, if I was a minority, here's how I think that I would feel.
wouldn't care.
I would feel like this was probably performative because there have been people that I know that are minorities that have been harassed in game, and Blizzard didn't do anything about it. You see what I mean? Like that. That's
Yeah,
that's how I would feel.
fair enough.
It's insulting. Yeah, exactly. What's this here? You're just a number. Yeah, it's like that happened to Nick. It happened to other people. I think that's what it is. What's this here? Did you complain playing Sekiro? Why are you talking about that? Okay. Anyway, let me look and see this real quick.
Because Secure, like, I know what he has that. Secure, you play as a, I guess, Japanese guy. Did you complain about not playing a white character in Sekiro? No, no one cares. It's a good game.
Do you think FromSoft did this for NPCs? It's negative context of wanting to diversify as much as I disagree with what they're doing. They're not saying being white male is bad within the context. I think that's clearly the implication. It is, and I think anybody can see that. Like,
This is how you know that there's what they're saying is bad. 80% of the main protagonists in the game are white males. First of all, we all know exactly what it means because of recent years and like how bad it is to be a white male. It's evil to be a white male, and we're so privileged to be a white male. Um, the other thing, the reason is if it was 80% black male, it would not even be mentioned, and everyone knows that.
it is, you know it, I know it, everybody
Yes.
knows it. Like,
Just every time you're not sure if something is being offensive, replace white male with anything else and find it. And like, does that sound offensive to you? Yes. Okay, so it's offensive. That's pretty much how it is. It's the easiest way to tell.
I'm not going to try to like, oh, well, this isn't really what they mean or whatever. It clearly is. So they reduced the character down to 10 attributes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
On trans, I agree this is over the top fucking stupid. Exactly. And so anyway, what I'm really trying to get at here with this kind of stuff is that I, I think that like a lot of people would probably see this, and if as I said, I cannot speak for somebody else. I have no idea, but I would probably be upset because whenever I see this, and then at the same time, people are getting harassed in game and nothing happens about it. I mean, this is clearly
Upset,
being
I
used as
guess.
a promotional tool and not something that's authentic.
Again, like if you really think about it, like yeah, it's taking advantage of the social dilemma, social political roller coaster ride that we're experiencing and just taking advantage of it. It doesn't mean that they actually care. And yeah, I know Blizzard has trans people working. I've seen the interviews and they have the trans guy there, or I don't know, like whatever identifies with, doesn't matter, whatever.
And you had like people of color, and you had the white guys, whatever, and like you had and almost all of them had two females, two males per interview, right? Aside from like the Ian one, the Ian, the because that's like you had the manager, the lead producers of both classic and whatever and retail. So it's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Like it is what it is. But every other interview was pretty much like 50-50, or there was a trans. So it's like it counters all the 50-50s. As long as there's a trans, we're good. But yeah, it's like you see these and these are virtue signaling. Like if you think about, like a lot of them don't even get to talk. Like if you think about, like if you look at the interviews, some of them get to talk a lot. Like Holinka got to talk a lot, and again, everyone knows Holinka, so it's fine. But everyone else on that table barely got to say anything. And a lot of times we were just not there as a token, and everyone knows it. If you think about it, yeah, it's obvious. They're just putting it on the show. You don't
Give
even
me
know
one
who these
second here.
people are. They're relevant.
Um,
Like, why are they there?
the pandering is annoying. Yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. Absolutely. They gave her socioeconomic background a 0. How is that not blatantly offensive? Well, what they mean by that is like socioeconomic background. What I'm implying is that the norm is in the middle, and the higher ones are is so like if you're really poor, it would be higher, and if you're just average middle class, it would be lower. That's kind of what I'm guessing, but I'm not sure. I don't know how they do the chart. They released it after a union busting email leak, so it's just damage control again. Okay,
Wait,
so
what?
anyway,
Oh, the
this
union
got released to
busting.
the public, and there were a lot of people like
Oh
me and like
god.
a lot of you all who were not happy about this. So they came out and they made a second statement about it. So this was made by the Activision Blizzard Twitter. Okay, I didn't even know they had one of those. Following the community backlash regarding the diversity space tool revealed earlier today, Activision Blizzard has issued a follow-up statement and edited their blog post to clarify the tool is not currently being used in active game development and has only been tested internally.
Why has it been tested at all? Just fucking say no.
Well, I thought they said was tested by developer teams and left a sizable impression. Okay, all right. Technically, what they're saying is true. We recently shared a blog post that raised questions on how we approach diversity in our games. While the prototype tool has been tested internally, it is not in active use. Our dev teams have always and will continue to drive in-game content. We have updated the blog post to clarify the purpose of this tool, which is one small component for our broader DE&I. I don't know what diversity. I'm assuming I don't know what diversity, equality, and inclusion efforts. Yeah, there we go. It's what it must be. And it must be intended as a replacement for more diverse perspectives. We regret any offense that the original post must have caused. So they basically came out and they apologized for it. Somewhat predictably, the original post was met by a great deal of derision and accusation from a public audience already skeptical due to Activision Blizzard's recent line of controversies. Fans in the industry, professionals alike.
But honestly, like you have like if you have, and this like I know Asmongold said it, like, and I'm just relating it to this matter. If you have some scandal happening, let it happen. Keep your head down. Do your fucking work. It will fly over your head, and you can keep going. If you fucked up, let's say the whole like, oh man, this was the thing that pissed me off the most. The Lily Pichu and the guy that like cheated on her or whatever. And it's like, so fucking what kind of things? Like people cheat, whatever. Like who gives a shit? And he got cancelled over it because he cheated on Lily Pichu. It's like, bro, honestly, who gives a shit? And he like went on a fucking soul trip for a year or some shit. Like, bro, just keep fucking working. Who gives a shit? You'll have the haters come in. You'll have your own fans. It's like, say why you cheated. Say it wasn't working out. Like, fuck it. If it, like worst case, and just keep your head down and keep fucking working, man. Just deliver good product. Who gives a shit, man? And Blizzard needs to do the same. Just stop with this bullshit. No more PR. Just fuck. Like, say PR. Take a year off. Fuck PR. We're just concentrating on making good games. Boom. Everything will like that, gone. Nothing.
Commented that the concept felt performative
God
at
damn,
best
man.
and at worst further promoted tokenization, with complaints backed by example images which appeared to reduce elements of diversity down to simple numbers, seeming arbitrarily considering one character more cultural or sexually oriented than the other. Well,
No
that's
one
right.
cares.
Absolutely. Why are they? Why are they doing this? Just make games and stop bringing up this kind of things, but not what they were. Well, and this is what I think a lot of people think, and
Good,
I see
smart man
this
in the
more and more and
comments.
more over time, is that there's a lot of people out there who they don't give a fuck about any of this stuff.
I would say majority gamers don't give a fuck. People who care about this stuff will never be satisfied. They will try a game to criticize it and quit. Okay? People who say a game is sexist will not keep playing the game, and if they do, fuck it, then they're hypocrites, whatever, right? It's like everyone who was like, and here's why I call a lot of these people hypocrites. Everyone who said that they cared about the WoW scandal and they made that walkout protest in Oribos, whatever, bro. Walkout means don't play the fucking game, not sit in Oribos and pay Bobby his fucking like monthly fees, okay?
They just want to play a video game. They have to deal with this at work all
Just
day. They want to
token
come
hunting,
home and
man.
play a video game and not see
Yes,
something that clearly got
yes,
added because of some sort of like political initiative or something like that.
yes.
And they don't
Big
really
yes.
care about like what you trying to turn it around on them and calling them a racist for not liking it. They just simply won't consume the product.
Yeah.
They don't want to deal with that. And I think that there are more and more of those people every single day. And that's why this kind of stuff happens. What kind of character would spit out this chart if they all had max stats? I don't want to know. Yeah, I have no idea. That's the culture today. More concerned about daily politics, actually doing their job. But it's not the culture, and that's what I'm saying. Is that most people don't they don't want to hear this. They don't want to have Blizzard come out with a chart and explain how not racist they are. You know what I mean? Like it's like
just don't be racist.
They don't want to come out they don't want to come out and like hear this shit. They just want to play the game and that's it. Anything more than that, it's fine. It's like you think about a lot of the companies that are really well liked, people like From Software, etc. A lot of these companies never fucking say anything.
True. They keep their head down and they fucking go to work.
They just make games, and you know why I think this is a good thing? You want to know really why? Is that these people make video games for a living. Why are you even talking about something that is not your area of expertise?
Amen. It's like celebrities in Hollywood talking about politics. Bro, you're a jester in the castle. You're here for entertainment, not for your fucking like your political views. I don't give a shit. I'm here to watch you entertain me. That's literally what you are. You're getting paid really well for it.
Understand this stuff? Shut the fuck up and let people that actually understand it talk about it. This is what I did with COVID. I never talked about COVID. You know why? Because I got a C in chemistry. And it's not because I was stupid. It's because I didn't care.
Yes.
So why am I going to go around and start, telling you guys, hey, this is what you should do. You should wear a mask. You should do this. Take the vaccine. Fucking like social distance. Do all this stuff.
Make your own fucking decision.
So what I did is I did what I consider to be the responsible thing. I took a step back from the situation and I let the people who were informed about it, or at least, thought they were informed about it, talk about it instead. That's it.
Make your own fucking decision, bro. I'm not a pro. I'm not an expert. Just make your own decision, man.
There's no C in biology. It's pretty stupid. It's kind of charts. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Blizzard hired someone for this? Of course they did. This is where the sub money is going.
Yep.
Update Bob Bosto comes to know from the editor, reiterating the posts. And so this is, holy shit, I'm not going to read this whole thing. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, yeah, that's crazy. Can't wait for this to be used in schools to grade pupils. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, we'll cross that bridge whenever we get to it. But in general, I think this is what it is. And shut the fuck up, let me do my job. Yeah, there you go. Instead of more casual evergreen content, I'd like more dungeons and raids. Well, that's too bad. Best they can do is a diversity chart. Yep, that's best they can do. Sorry, guys. Blizzard's so out of touch, it's insane. Blizzard is not out of touch. It's just that
they're out of their mind.
I feel like there are people at Blizzard that just can't stand to go an entire week without patting themselves on the back for how much they care about minorities.
True.
Because they have to say something about it, and it's like.
I honestly I don't know if I kind of want to say I blame California for it because of like how it's structured. I guess like Nah, I can't say that. I don't live there, but it's just a lot of the stuff that comes from California is like along these lines. So I'm like, it may be like the living environment, but like maybe they're hiring people who are like politically active for instead of like actual game developers that just want to work and make.
Stop. Just stop talking about this. It's just a bad idea. Just fucking stop. Like, you've had all this bad stuff happen. Like, your company's reputation is ruined. You know how Blizzard actually wants to repair their reputation?
By ruining it more.
Shut the fuck up and make games.
Hey man,
Do
look
that
at
for
that.
3
Smart
years,
guy. That's
and
exactly
then
what I
maybe
said.
we'll be ready to hear another political statement. But until then, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear, I don't want to get moralized to by somebody who couldn't keep the breast milk safe at their own company. Shut the fuck up. That's the way I feel about it. We have too many people on the chart.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
sure. People need to go to advocacy and activist jobs. Wrong field here? Well, they are. They're going into somewhere else and they're being activists there instead. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You're right about this.
Basically.
Companies bringing this political stuff into the game. I just don't care about that anymore. Exactly. It's tiring. Yeah.
Yeah,
People,
too much of it.
It's the same thing I said about Marvel movies. Remember when I said that some guys just want to come home? They don't want a movie to be mentally stimulating. They just want to watch Hulk smash.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people like that.
Yeah, you get tired in your work,
man. A lot
man.
of people like that. Yeah, they've been mentally and intellectually stimulated all fucking day.
Want to relax.
Here to relax and just watch a movie that's simple. And that's it. Yeah, just watch action movies. That's it.
Bad guy, I shoot.
Activism, it's a company trying to better their image. That's all. I agree with that. I definitely do. Holy shit, man! Imagine how it feels. People outside the American sphere influence getting this stuff pushed on us. Well, I mean, you just don't consume it. This is my main point with all of this, right? Like, let's go back to the original here. Is the whole thing about this is that if you don't like this, then stop consuming content about it.
That's true.
Stop buying the games. That's what it is.
Stop watching this video.
Stop buying the games. If this makes some money, wouldn't it indicate it's actually popular opinion? Well, I think that it's not, because if it was going to make them money, they wouldn't have put out a post trying to do damage control.
The thing is, like, if it was a popular opinion, they wouldn't have to say it either. If it's popular, it's popular. They can participate, but they wouldn't make such a big deal out of it. It's because it's not popular, and they're trying to look very virtuous. That's why it may feel like this is why, but it's a not popular opinion.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, just stop buying it. Like, that's it. Because I used the 2016 Ghostbusters movie, right? This movie came out, it's all women, and the movie completely fucking bombed. People fucking hated it.
It's a bad movie.
Nobody watched it. Everybody said it was terrible. And all of the powers that be told, all the audience, like, oh, you're so bad. You hate women. You're racist. And this
nothing to do with it, though.
And it just didn't matter.
It's a bad movie.
Yeah, it just didn't matter. It made no difference. Yeah, I've heard this before. I've said it before. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then after that, they made a new one, and it had the same people in it. It's the same kind of stuff. Yeah, the latest remake was good, exactly. And that's an example of them trying to push through some bullshit, and people saying no, and then that was the last time you ever heard about that. Yeah, if they made the money, they wouldn't lose 160 million players last time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And the point, it's not about money, it's about this ideology. No, it's not. So whenever you're a publicly traded company, it's about money. So what do you think would happen, for example, if Blizzard did something like...
You know what I think? They're taking their statistics from like something like Twitter, and it's like how much engagement we get on Twitter. That's what the people want. Meanwhile, Twitter are like the massive minority of like who actually consumes their product. But they only get feedback from Twitter because that's what the feedback that they're looking for, and then they go for these things. Honestly, like, good fucking luck making money off the Twitter turds, but yeah.
This, and then the stockholders lost half of their value.
Yep.
What do you think would happen? Yeah, what do you think would happen? They'd be gone. They'd be gone. That would be it. It would be done. Yeah, they would just stop. Yeah, they'd be removed, and then the people that didn't think like that would be put in instead. because people don't like the people whose 401ks and the people whose investments are in Blizzard don't care about any of this. They just want to see their 100 turn into a 115. They don't. They just want to see the number go up.
Yeah.
And anytime that you overcomplicate things, basically, as soon as you turn the numbers into letters, you've already lost them because they don't give a shit about it. Number go up. Yep, there it is. Number go up. Let's go. Let's go. Get the numbers up. Like that happened to Netflix. They just brought a new corporate culture that pretty much says "fuck off, woke employees."
Yep.
I saw that. Yeah. And Netflix has lost a lot of their fucking like market share, basically. But I think there's a lot of reasons for that. I don't think it's because wow, Netflix went woke and this is why. No, Netflix.
No, because they went too woke.
Absolutely. I've been told
they went too woke
because I believe in self-defense. People are going nuts in the world. Well, there's always going to be people that are crazy, but it's a matter of how important those people are. I think that's all it comes down to. Netflix
Fair enough.
is firing woke employees. Yeah. Why do you think that is? It's because Netflix is losing money.
Yep.
They're losing money. So it doesn't, like, all of these things, all of these ideas, they're just ideas.
Yeah.
Money is what matters.
The Netflix CEO or whatever doesn't give a fuck about this. Shareholders don't give a fuck about this. They care about money. So yeah. If these people make them lose money, get the fuck out. Go somewhere else to spew your bullshit.
That's the only thing that makes a difference. Everything else is completely fucking irrelevant. That's what I think about it.
100%. 100%. All right. So, I want to react to this video. It's not as long. There's some stuff here that kind of pissed me off. Not pissed me off, but it's like annoyed me. And honestly, and the funniest thing is, it's not even what the video is about. That's what annoyed me. What annoyed me is actually some stuff that he said about like towards the end. But yeah, we'll watch this again. Well, I'll watch this again. You guys watch it with me for the first time if you're ever gonna watch this shit. And yeah, overall, like I agree with him on a lot of things, but it's like the conclusion he has is kind of like dog poop. That's a good way to start the video. Dog poop. I should start like that all the time. All right. So let's watch this. And
headlines from the culture of harassment, abuse, misconduct, and discrimination that has been exposed to the Microsoft acquisition of Activision Blizzard that's still in the works. And now they're making headlines after the latest financial results has revealed a performance that isn't adequate, isn't ideal. While the company is far from like crashing and burning, the fact of the matter is that what these companies are looking for and what investors are looking for.
But he has a lot of like I guess action figures of like games that some games are good, but some are like, but this. It's interesting. I find it interesting when people buy these things. It's like, why? Oh, also great place to pause. I just don't understand why people buy these, but again, I don't have to.
Is growth, and on that front, Activision Blizzard is struggling quite a bit, having lost quite a number of players this last year, active monthly users, and their revenue and their bookings have generally been lower than years past. So this was reported by news outlet GameSpot in an article whose headline reads, Activision Blizzard loses 60 million monthly active users in the past year.
Now the question is like, where were these 60 million monthly active users? Oh wait, counts per day, right? So okay, never mind. I guess that's fine.
You read that right. That's a ton of players. No doubt it has in part to do with the allegations of harassment, abuse, misconduct.
I don't know, divide by 30, that's 600,000, right? 6 million. No, sorry, I divide by 10. 60 million divided by 30 on average month, right? So what's that? 2 million players overall. I mean, that's a lot, but it's less than what the thing says because it counts them on the daily basis. It doesn't count them on the monthly basis. One user can be considered as 30 monthly users, right? That's kind of how it works. Unless it's like, because I don't think Blizzard in total has 60 million users that quit. It probably doesn't have that many players year round, unique players. So I'm pretty sure it counts them by daily. So that's 2 million players as a whole in their quarterly, which is, I honestly feel like that's a normal drop for Blizzard as far as like not necessarily like from WoW, but like overall, it's like there's nothing happening obviously in the for Blizzard right now. Like Overwatch 2 is in beta and wasn't that exciting. Just Overwatch 1 remastered, not even. Right, nothing new with Overwatch. Diablo 2 was like the previous quarter, so that dropped off. Nothing new with StarCraft. Nothing new with Warcraft 3. I think they fixed Reforged to an extent, so it's kind of okay now. World of Warcraft, there's absolutely nothing for the next year, basically. So yeah, like what else does Activision Blizzard really have? Nothing. Like, there's nothing coming out, and they dropped Heroes of the Storm for the most part. So there's nothing really happening. Yeah, they're gonna lose those players. It's on 2 million. I don't think that's even that big of a number.
Conduct and discrimination with employees having backed those claims that has led many to be disgusted by this company and just up and leave. And then there's the state of games like World of Warcraft, which many have been departing from in favor of superior.
I think the majority of people who left from World of Warcraft already left. Like the ones who are leaving now are just the ones who will come back because there's just nothing to do in the game right now.
Experiences like Final Fantasy XIV and whatnot. But reading through this article will kind of paint a clear picture.
As someone who really doesn't like World of Warcraft and actually plays Final Fantasy right now, and I do agree with him that it's a superior MMORPG, I don't think that he should say that it is a superior MMORPG because it's a very subjective opinion
of what their financial situation and the engagement situation is when it comes to the company's gaming products. So, the article begins with Activision Blizzard has released its latest quarterly financial report, and the numbers were not good for the publisher, with revenue, player numbers, and Call of Duty unit sales all coming in lower than before. So this financial briefing was for the quarter ending on March 31st, 2022, and the reported revenue was $1.77 billion, which is a lot, but last year during the same time
during the same time at the peak of COVID
period, they had generated $2.28 billion.
Now, let's see this. I think it's 25%, but 2.28 divided by 1.77. 28%. I did it wrong though. 1.77 divided by 2.20. It's 23%. It's big, but it's like, I feel like that big of a deal overall.
Dollars. So when you look at numbers like that, that's quite a drastic reduction. Then you got net bookings, which amounted to $1.48 billion, which was down from $2.07 billion last year.
Now
and finally, you got...
That's a big one, but I don't know what net bookings are. So...
at in-game net bookings, which came to $1.01 billion, a decrease from $1.34 billion, just a downward slope across the board when it comes to the money that they made in this time period. And then there's the player number of things, with a more specific number provided in this paragraph. In terms of player numbers, Activision Blizzard's overall monthly active users amounted to 372 million for the quarter, which is...
In terms of player numbers, Activision Blizzard's overall monthly active users amount to 372 million for the quarter. This is down from 435 million during the same period last year. Again, COVID, drop of about 63 million players in a year. Oh, in a year. Okay, it's not.
Is really still a substantial number of players, but we're down from a whopping 435 million players during the same period last year, a drop of over 60 million, closer to 63 million players that the company has lost this past year.
Look,
Activision,
the numbers, like, they're big, but like the problem is like it's how they calculate these numbers. I feel like this is like on purpose trying to make Blizzard look worse than it actually is.
Blizzard's
and I'm not defending Blizzard. I mean, like, fuck that company right now. I'm not playing any of their games. I kind of want to play Warcraft 3, to be honest, like redo the story. But like other than that, like I really don't. And again, like I consider Warcraft 3 is like from an era long gone, so that's whatever. But I feel like these numbers are disingenuous in the way they're presented, rather than like tell me exactly what this number means would be a better indicator.
Users and player base crashed by a pretty significant 15% of last year's total. As for Activision's explanation for why all of this happened, well, a major contributor was Call of Duty Vanguard not selling particularly well, or not selling as well as many of previous Call of Duty entries in the modern era.
Shit,
Activision confirmed that it sold worse than Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Additionally, Warzone,
the fun thing is, Black Ops Cold War was also not that great of a game. It was a bit more cartoony, but it's like it wasn't that great of a game overall. So and Vanguard was even worse than that.
Play Call of Duty experience had lower engagement than usual, but Call of Duty Mobile has performed about the same as it did in years prior. Total net bookings for the Call of Duty series across console and PC, however, did decline. Now, Activision Blizzard is trying to paint a positive picture for the future by promoting some of their upcoming projects, like the next major Call of Duty entry, Modern Warfare 2, which is slated to release at the end of this year, I believe. And they also promoted a new Call of Duty Warzone game that is on the way. Activision's really placed all of their eggs in the Call of Duty basket. The poor performance of Call of
Dude, honestly, my opinion, what they should do with Warzone, have more game modes and have like a zombie survival game mode as well. Kind of like think something along the lines of Division meet Left 4 Dead. With that map, man.
Call of Duty Vanguard, the comparatively poorer performance of that entry set them back quite a bit financially this quarter, and they're trying to make it up by just shipping more Call of Duty and hopefully more compelling Call of Duty than Vanguard, which, you know, wasn't anywhere near as bad as, say, a Battlefield.
I feel like I watched this video like a few years ago, and I think he gained like actual weight. I'm not judging, like I don't care if he's like fat or slim, just like it's an observation.
2042, but it had its host of issues, and it just didn't draw in a whole lot of attention and interest, not on the level that past entries have. The Activision insists that when it comes to Modern Warfare 2, it'll be the most advanced experience in franchise history, while Warzone 2 will have groundbreaking innovations. Companies say stuff like that all the time, but only time will tell whether these
nice words that don't mean anything
actually hold true. Whatever the hell most advanced experience and groundbreaking innovations means, I guess we'll see. Next up, we got information on how Blizzard, a subsidiary of Activision, did. Their financial results in the first quarter were down year over year due to a lack of major releases. Projects like Overwatch 2 and Diablo 4 are still some ways away, though they are coming out with a new World of Warcraft.
Overwatch 2 is not going to be a major money grab for them. Like, it's almost the same game, and it's free to play for people who have Overwatch. So, well, the PvP part of it, which is like what people really care about.
Expansion, Dragonflight, that's in the works. You've got Wrath of the Lich King for World of Warcraft Classic. There was mention of Diablo Immortal, which is coming out on.
Get all of these like they're not gonna make that much money off of Lich King Classic. They're gonna make some, obviously, because people are gonna buy boosts and whatever. But it's like, you only get the monthly sub for the most players, right? So majority players are not really gonna buy a lot of stuff in the shop for Lich King Classic, right? They're not as excited for Lich King as they were for Classic, because Classic was like a whole like, oh my god, finally we get it, oh my god, right? And then TBC, even less excitement. Wrath, even though in my opinion it's one of the best storylines of WoW, I don't even care anymore. Like, as much as, like, you know, it's like, and I don't think a lot of people care, but I would say it's a lot less people than they should be expecting, and some of them, and a lot of them, are not gonna buy anything from the shop. They might just play it and that's it. Which is, so again, not a money grab. Dragonflight, could be like again, the hyper on Dragonflight is by far the lowest I've seen from any WoW expansion, so time will tell. And what else was there? Oh, Diablo 4. Diablo Immortal is also, I believe, is free to play, so it doesn't like not a big money grab and super pay to win. So unless it will like, I highly doubt it will be as successful as unfortunately Lost Ark. The amount of players they will get and the amount of money you will get. And then Diablo 4 is always a waste. It doesn't matter. Overwatch 2, in my opinion, not gonna make money.
Mobile on June 2nd, and there is a PC edition that's actually in the works. So for you guys out there who do not have phones, you are covered.
Do you guys not have phones?
But yeah, there is a PC version of Diablo Immortal that they hope will help bolster sales and shine a more positive PR.
I honestly don't think they should have made Diablo Immortal PC. Not that I'm not looking forward to another Diablo installation. Unless they change the monetization on the PC one, I don't think they should have changed the PC version. The whole point of Diablo Immortal was for people to play Diablo on the go. That was pretty much what it was, and make people give you money throughout the day.
On this project that was announced in the most tone-deaf way possible, and that was in large part what caused so much backlash. And then there is Diablo 4 and Overwatch 2, which they've mentioned development is progressing well. We have been getting impressions from folks who have played the closed beta of Overwatch 2, and generally from what I'm hearing, at least as far as the multiplayer component is concerned, it's kind of more of the same, just kind of tweaked, with a lot of the sequel justification coming on the PvE side of things, the campaign stuff that they're shipping alongside.
They honestly should just make DLC for Overwatch and just make the 5-man as a different game mode, some shit like that.
This multiplayer update, we'll see how that goes. And then finally, we have information on the Candy Crush division, King. And as far as that endeavor is concerned, apparently they've been growing steadily. Saw in-game.
I guess basically that's what it's gonna be, though.
Year over year. Player numbers across all King games grew by a double-digit percentage year over year. So on the mobile front, Activision Blizzard has remained relatively steady and has seen some growth in certain areas. But when it comes to console and PC gaming, which is
wait. While Activision Blizzard financial figures drop year over year, the company's Candy Crush division, King, saw in-game net bookings jump 8% year over year. Player numbers across all King games grew by a double-digit percentage year over year. Well, double-digit, I'm assuming it's like 10%-ish, because otherwise it would be more impressive. Now, here's the thing, though. The Candy Crush division, King, they are like people spend a lot of money on Candy Crush. Candy Crush was like makes the most money out of the Blizzard. So this is why I'm saying like this article tries to make Blizzard look worse, because I'm sure the 8% extra from King subsidizes majority of the losses by Blizzard. Like that's how big King is.
Games grew by a double-digit,
but they're not showing it.
So on the mobile front,
this whole article
Blizzard
is just meant to bring Blizzard down as a whole. That's what it looks
relatively steady and has seen some growth in certain areas, but when it comes to console and PC gaming,
and I love that it says like King is like almost the same, bro. 8 to 10% on 300 billion, I believe, or something like that. Profit is a lot of money. 8 to 10%. That's a good chunk of money. But no one, so it's about the same.
Is the bread and butter of Activision Blizzard. That's where there have been some financial struggles when it comes to maintaining stability and maintaining growth because of projects that have been pushed back and certain projects that haven't been well received, on top of the negative PR surrounding Activision Blizzard that has pushed away a number of players who just cannot support this company anymore so long as Bobby Kotick remains the
Bobby Kotick is like the least. This is the part where it's like starts annoying me. It's like he has an agenda against Bobby Kotick. Bobby Kotick barely did anything like that is like the problem with Blizzard. Like, oh, he knew and didn't fire people. Okay, fine, I'll give you that. He knew and he didn't fire key people in key positions. Okay. Yeah, he thought about money. He thought that if it doesn't get out, and honestly, if it didn't, they would be making more money. Yeah. I think the decision sucks morally, but probably for the profit of the company, it was a gamble that he took. He lost that gamble, but I don't think it was completely out of the realm of possibility that could have been the right choice if it was never found out. And later on, like slowly remove these people because we don't know what could have been. We don't know what's happening now. Oh, he left it there for too long. And again, Bobby Kotick probably doesn't interact with most of the people who had the sexual allegations against. Doesn't even know them. And the ones who are probably like who knew about it might not have informed him either, right?
The leader and
blaming everything on Bobby Kotick, and never giving him credit for the amount of money that Activision has made throughout the years. Kind of disingenuous. I get it. Yeah, people think he's a bad person or whatever. Like I get it. Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm not defending Bobby Kotick or anything like that. It's like I don't care if he's there or he isn't. All I'm saying is completely blaming on Bobby Kotick, saying like while he's there, I'm not coming back, bro. Like Bobby Kotick is not making the shitty decisions Blizzard is making. Okay.
And the CEO of the company. The hope is that with the Microsoft acquisition, that will all change. Activision Blizzard will see completely new management, a completely different
I agree.
structure with Microsoft.
There's hope with Microsoft. I doubt it, but whatever.
Really work hard to improve the work culture of the company and the development processes so that Activision Blizzard can start seeing an upwards climb towards becoming a better game publisher. Though it's important to keep in mind that the Microsoft deal is still ongoing and isn't 100% assured yet. It seems very likely that it will ultimately go through, but there's still some hurdles. While the board of directors has approved of Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard, there are still regulatory hurdles from the government that they have to overcome, so we'll see how that plays out. But the general hope is that this acquisition does go through because Activision Blizzard is so poorly managed. There's so much complacency when it comes to corruption and mistreatment of employees that the Microsoft acquisition could pave the road for a far more positive future for this company that is in dire need of new leadership. Bobby.
So this optimism, I appreciate it. I do. But man, you do not change culture that easily or that fast. While the people who are there, so here's what happens. If you ever worked at a place for like let's say like a long time, let's say 5 to 10 years, you've been in a place, and then your manager changes. Usually, you don't really listen to that manager very well. Like you might be getting along, whatever, but it's like, bro, I know what I'm doing. You're the new guy here, and this mentality is not something that's like it's rare or whatever. I think it's like normal human mentality. I've been here for a long time. I know what the fuck I'm doing. You don't have to tell me, kind of thing. And good luck changing the culture of so many people. The culture shift needs to change way before Microsoft gets involved, like way before, because it's gonna take them years to like change the culture. It's not going to happen overnight. There's so many changes that needs to happen. A zero tolerance policy, sure, okay, now you got to hire new people. What happens when that happens? Projects get delayed. Means shareholders will not want to invest their money. Means you're going to lose more money for the thing. Even though yeah, long term you're making good decisions, short term, which all these companies really care about a lot of times, is short term financial goals. Or let's say I'm an investor and I know short term this company is gonna suffer. The stock market is gonna kick the shit out of this company. I'm gonna take out my money, wait till it drops, and then I'm gonna invest. You're still looking at a very long time before Blizzard gets back on its feet, especially if you think that Microsoft is gonna change the culture.
Kotick needs to go, and there just needs to be someone to right.
And again, let's be real, Kotick is not going anywhere
for the past few decades. In the meantime, though, Activision Blizzard has been doing everything in their power to bury its internal issues under the rug with this recent report from news outlet The Verge, published on April 29th, 2022, reporting that Activision Blizzard has once again been accused of threatening employees for speaking out using coercive methods. This is not the first time something like this has been reported. The company behaving like...
I need to know what they're talking about, but I mean, overall, it's not a great thing. But at the same time, there are certain things that you can make the problem worse than it actually is by talking out. Like, let's say you have vendetta against, like, a lot of people hate the place they work at, and they can't wait for it to burn down so they can move on, because quitting or getting fired is like not something they want. Getting fired wouldn't matter to them, but like quitting they don't want to, so they'd rather have the place burn before they leave.
Scumbags, while saying in the same breath that they're all about.
Not saying that this is what's happening, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that some of the people who are saying these things don't have malicious intent.
Employees having voices, their voices are heard, and they're all about employees speaking out and expressing their umbrage so that the company can improve. It's all corporate speak. It's all BS. It was reported here that an employee was threatened by a manager after posting an article about the lawsuit in Slack and discussing holding Activision Blizzard accountable with other coworkers.
I mean, bro, let's be real. This is not making it better for the company. Like, you're costing the company money at that point. I mean, yeah, I kind of agree. Employee was threatened by a manager. I don't know about the threatened part. Like, that needs, it's worded in a way that's like hard to tell what it actually means. After posting an article about the lawsuit in Slack and discussing holding Activision Blizzard accountable with other coworkers. Bro, that, like, you're exacerbating the problem. Everyone knows about the lawsuit. You don't need to discuss it any further. It's already out there. What else are you gonna say? You're just making the problem worse. As a business, I don't want that kind of employees, you know? Like, yeah, I'm already dealing with this shit. I don't need you, like, sitting here and telling me that there's shit to deal with. I'm already trying to deal with it. Let's see.
According to former Blizzard senior task analyst Jessica Gonzalez, the company has a pattern of retaliation against workers who speak out. And I mean, if you've been following the headlines surrounding Activision Blizzard, that information should come as no surprise. In light of the latest financial briefing and some of the latest developments surrounding Activision Blizzard, its stock price has taken a hit, with this CNBC article from April 27th, 2022, reporting that as Microsoft rallies for the acquisition, Activision Blizzard sinks to lowest price since deal news. And looking at the stock price right here, seeing the journey that it's gone through, you can see a major crash here starting 2008, but then it swings back up throughout 2021, COVID, only for that to crash
COVID
again
ended.
As reports of...
Not saying COVID is the only component into this, but like COVID added to it and COVID took away from it 100%.
Awful treatment of employees began to come out, and then with the Microsoft acquisition news coming out, the stock kind of went back up, but then it's kind of stabilized here, but it's swinging back down again with the latest financial report. So it's definitely been...
I don't want to really investigate it, but I'm sure there's more stuff happening in around that time. That's not only the Microsoft. The Microsoft probably added, but then there's like Diablo 4 announcement probably came out, or like a Diablo patch, Diablo 4, what's it called? News came out. Diablo 2 came out somewhere around that time, I believe, right? There's like multiple reasons it could have gone up and it remained still, right? Activision, like the whole Microsoft thing, probably added to it, but why would it add to it a year before the deal actually goes through? It's weird, especially because we know Bobby Kotick is gonna leave with a lot of money. I would say a lot of people would not be happy about it, but
just times for Activision Blizzard, though Bobby Kotick hopes to seemingly make a swift escape with a golden parachute, as according to this report from the Wall Street Journal, Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick could walk away with more than $500 million after Microsoft deal. That's a combination of severance as well as stock rewards. There is a glimpse of the article here that reads, in a securities filing Friday, Activision said Mr. Kotick would receive $14.4 million in severance if he is terminated or quits under a variety of circumstances within a year of a change of control at the company. It also said Mr. Kotick owns 4.3 million shares and has the right to acquire another 2.2 million, potentially worth just over $500 million combined at the $95 a share deal price. That's what sucks about all of this. Despite Bobby Kotick being in large part responsible for all...
Is he in large part responsible? Okay, let me check this. Bobby was the chairman and chief executive officer of Activision from February 1991. Okay. Activision worth 1990. Okay. 29 years, whatever. I want to see 1990. Okay. Okay. So let's see before the drop. Okay. So he brought the company from being worth 0.3, because we're going by his logic that Bobby Kotick is in like the major fucking role in the downfall of Blizzard and Activision. Okay, because I think it's just a vendetta against Bobby for the failings of World of Warcraft by him, but whatever. So it was worth less than $1, 0.7, 0.8, whatever. I can't even. Where is 1991? Jesus Christ. Doesn't matter. It was worth like nothing. It was like $1. All the way to being worth 80, right? What's this? 2018. Okay, I don't know what happened here. Massive drop. I don't know what happened in end of 2018. Not sure, but this is where the investigation kind of started. But either way, even here, 2020, even here. So like we can say that at some point, Bobby Kotick made it to 99, over 100 actually. He made like right there, a bit over 100. Right? Activision Blizzard's, yeah. He made over 100. So you can say that Bobby Kotick is in part, the major reason why the company is in shambles. But he's also the major reason then, by your logic, that it went from being worth less than $1 to being worth at some point $100. That's, correct me if I'm wrong, that's 100 times, basically a bit more than 100 times of investment worth at some point for people who invested since that time. So if you put, and you quit at the 100 point, right? If you put $1 million in, you came out with over $100 million. Is that correct? That's how it works? Yeah. Yeah, I would say in 30 years of doing nothing, just having $1 million in the bank, you made over $100 million. I think he did a good job overall. So expecting him to leave with that much money is not even a surprise. I mean, you can blame Bobby Kotick for whatever you want, that's fine, but you also have to give him credit where credit is due. I'm not saying he's a good guy, I'm not saying he shouldn't leave, I'm not saying anything that is remotely defending of Bobby Kotick. But this logic, this is the problem with this logic. It's very one-sided and it's very vindictive, and there's no reason for it. I mean, there is reason for it, but it's like you can't take away the guy's achievements just because you don't like what he did recently or like throughout his time. You don't like the guy, I get it. He did a lot for the company, unfortunately, and that's just how it is. He's gonna leave with a lot of money. I don't know what you expect him to do. Do jail time and lose all of his money for working for being a CEO for the company for about 30 years. Come on.
All the awful goings-ons.
Imagine you work at a workplace for 30 years, and because you misbehave to an extent, they fire you and they jail you and they tell you you're not making any money for all the time you spent here. No severance pay, no nothing, man. You're just going to jail and you lose everything. Fuck it.
He still gets to leave, land
Let
on.
alone, he didn't do anything criminal as far as I know. Telling someone's like, I'm gonna fucking kill that bitch, and I think that was like word for word what he said, doesn't mean anything. Like, it really doesn't.
His feet with more money than he probably knows what to do.
It just
with,
looks bad, but it doesn't
he
mean
just
anything.
Gets to live his life, and it's freaking BS. Let's not pretend that the
Is
law
it?
treats everyone equally. The rich absolutely have a major advantage on that front. But if Bobby Kotick can be ousted from Activision Blizzard, from the games industry, if he can just frickin' retire for the
I mean,
love
I'm not going to disagree. The law doesn't treat everyone equally, sure. I don't think he did anything that is like the law has to intervene with, though, to be honest. Like, I don't think he did anything that despicable that the law needs to intervene on this subject, you know.
mascot or just never grace the gaming landscape ever again. At the very least, that'll be some kind of win, even though it's still far from ideal that he gets to leave.
I wonder
so much money in his.
What would be his ideal? What would he want to happen? Burn in hell? Like, what do you want? What do you want to happen? What is the ideal situation for you? And I'm not talking fairy tales. Like, oh, he leaves the company, he makes no money, he loses his house, and also WoW becomes good again.
His pockets, money made off of the exploitation of the workers under him, the exploitation of customers and players and communities, and the desecration of certain game franchises, game IPs, and game launches. At least on a new
I love this language. Listen to this language.
Off of the exploitation
of
the workers.
He exploited the workers. He was CEO of a company, publicly traded, so it's not like he's completely in charge, but he is pretty much in charge. So he's at fault for providing people with a job. Okay. Next.
Under him, the exploitation of customers.
He exploited the customers by giving them what they wanted, making a game shop, and he exploited them for them to buy stuff, forced them even to buy stuff off the game shop. The exploitation.
And players and communities.
God, he exploited the community. He took advantage of their weakness, of their addiction to World of Warcraft. He used World of Warcraft as a tool to make money and make people spend more money.
The desecration,
guys,
of certain game franchises, game IPs, and
God, he desecrated the game IPs. He's the one who was right there when they were making all the development choices. He was right there. No, I want this in the game. No, I want that in the game. You said what? No world quests? Wait, world quests were too easy in Legion? No, we gotta change that. Okay, Ian, come here, buddy. Ian, listen, Ian. Okay, you hear me, Ian? Okay, you know how the world quests in Legion were like too easy and people were like just like gathering all the mobs and one-shotting them? Yeah, make that impossible in BFA. I don't like my payers, going into a place, finishing the zone, and just leaving and then logging out. I don't like that. No, I need them to stay in that zone for at least 10 times longer. Okay, can you do that? All right, buddy. Okay, good. Okay, you're okay. All right. Next project to desecrate. Let's go.
And game launches. At least on a new.
Yes, and he's also responsible for the game launches being like the games not being ready when they were ready. He is responsible. He was telling them, "Listen, I don't care if this game is ready, just fucking release it." He was the one. Now, that being said, I am pretty sure he was putting pressure on the games to be released. But honestly, look, here are two things that should happen, and I believe this is like what really happened. The the lead game developer, likes his job too much, and he told Bobby, "Listen, yeah, it's kind of ready. We can ship it." Because what would happen is, if he came to Bobby and be like, "Yo, Bobby, listen, the game is now ready. There are too many bugs. We need more time to do this. Like, it's can't." You know what Bobby would do? "Listen, this has happened the third time, man. You're fucking fired. I need a new lead game developer that can actually make timelines." That's what would happen. So saying it's all Bobby's fault, let's be real here. There are other people involved, okay?
Leadership, there'll be.
Bobby is not fucking testing these games. He's not the lead test designer or whatever. He's not the lead game tester. And it's like, "Yo, man, why is there this bug here? Yo, what is this?" Dude, Bobby doesn't probably even play video games.
Some hope that things can turn around for Activision Blizzard, that games can be made with more integrity, with less focus on factory producing them out there, giving Blizzard the autonomy that they once used to have so they can do their best work, and just the
Again, see, this is what I mean. He lives in a world that doesn't exist anymore. Everyone who made those decisions in Blizzard is long gone. Giving Blizzard the autonomy. What do you think he's sitting on them and telling them what to do? All the decisions that Blizzard's making, they're making it. Bobby's there's like, "Listen, I need this game to produce me some fucking money. Can you do that? Can you make a good game? Thank you." He leaves, the game is shit. "Okay, listen. What don't you fucking understand? I need a good game." Like, I don't think Bobby is there telling them what the fuck to do. It's like Blizzard has its autonomy.
Encouragement to push for more innovation. That's what Blizzard used to be. They used to be
Those people are not there.
Industry leaders when it comes to just setting the standard for
it's like how various Asmongold says, like, why do you want a WoW 2.0 when the guys who are gonna make they're the ones who are making the current WoW? It's still gonna be shit.
Genres that they've tackled,
high quality
lately
shit.
They've become a shadow of their former self, and fingers crossed that Microsoft's acquisition will right that
they
ship.
won't. They won't.
Obviously,
bro,
the future
unless
is
they
unwritten.
like,
only time will tell how this will all play
oh
out. In the meantime,
God,
let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on Activision Blizzard.
That Microsoft ain't gonna do shit unless they like change the people working there. It's like actually assign the people. Like what I feel right now, there's this it's an anime I watched, and there's like this guy, and like he's supposed to like help this general who's like a lolly, but whatever. This general to accomplish a mission on time. And when he's like, well, what's the problem with this? And when he is there, he sees that everyone is assigned the wrong fucking jobs. That's what I feel like Blizzard is. It's like you have the giants carrying small boxes and like the small guys carrying the big boxes. And it's like, why don't you just switch it so the giants carry all the big boxes and it'll be faster, and the small guys can carry the smaller boxes because that's what they can carry. It's like you need only one guy per small box. You have one giant carrying one small box, and you have 10 small goblins or whatever carrying a massive box. Dude, just switch the jobs. You can carry 10 small boxes and one big box at the same time. I feel like that's what might be happening with Blizzards. Like everyone's just doing jobs that they're like not supposed to be doing, or like they're not like proficient in. And it's like, what do you expect Microsoft to do? Just like, unless they change how people are doing their fucking jobs, it's like which jobs they're doing. I highly doubt anything will really be accomplished, right? It's like, man, I don't know. I think he lives in a fairy tale land. I have nothing against the guy, by the way. Like, it's good content, whatever. I feel like this whole article was very disingenuous in the sense that it's like, it portrays Blizzard in a very bad light in how it talks about these numbers. Why is this not percentages? And why are the losses are not in percentages, but the earnings are in percentages, right? What is the 10%? Right? What is this? This is like, because if this was all percentages, it would be like, okay, this is 25%, this is 30%, this is 30%, that one was 8% and 12% up, right? And then you make the percentages. It's like, okay, so overall in like after COVID, they are at a total deficit of 15%. But what does that even mean? Because we don't even know what are the numbers. So if you go by numbers here, you should go by numbers on the other one, obviously, right? But they didn't, and it feels like this is just an article that is trying to make Blizzard look worse than it actually is. Does it look good? No, obviously not. But it probably makes it look worse than what it should be overall. And again, I am like the last person to advocate for Blizzard, but I really don't like ingenuity in articles, and also I really don't like some stuff that he says. Like, it's totally fine to blame the leader for a lot of things, but you also have to give him the credit where credit is due. It's like, yeah, this leader led to our downfall, but hey, to be honest, if it wasn't for this leader, we wouldn't even have made it 30 years into this business, and we probably would have shut down in 1994 instead of making it all the way to 2022. Okay, and being sold for like fucking $69 billion. Okay, it's like, let's see. Without Bobby Kotick, 1994, bankrupt. With Bobby Kotick, 2022, $69 billion. Yeah, they'll take Bobby every fucking time. Are you fucking kidding me? Give the person credit where credit is due. And again, I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm not defending Bobby. I don't think he's like, I don't think he's as evil as people are portraying him to be. He likes money. His mom said he likes money in an interview. That's like when he was 6, he was already scamming people on the street for money. Like his first business was like at 6 years old or whatever. Yeah, the guy likes fucking money. That's not evil. And he didn't kill anyone. He just likes money, and he probably takes care of his friends and his family way better than other people do. Okay, like this what do you call it? This fucking witch hunt is kind of crazy, I think. Anyways, Jesus Christ, I'm done with this video. Holy shit. But yeah, I really gotta pee though. Anyways, now we got like some really fun topics, a really funny video. But first, I really gotta pee, so I'll be right back. Okay, this is the last 3 videos. They're not too long. Hopefully, I will finish it in less than an hour. But knowing me, I talk too much, so it'll be a lot longer than that. And yeah, So as I was saying, these are the last 3 videos for the day. I really want to get back to playing Final Fantasy today because yesterday I barely got a chance to play like an hour. But it was a pretty fun time. And so hopefully this will last less than an hour. But knowing me, probably not. Anyways, let's see what this is about. I saw part of this interview before, like a 4-minute clip or whatever, and some stuff that she says are like they're okay, but it's like, well, you'll have to see. It's like, man, like she thinks way too highly of herself. But again, that's her like standards. But it's like, fuck. It's like, dude, avoid women like this, okay?
Is the message. Is she flaking on you for dates? That's the message. Is she sort of indecisive about being with you? Is she making you jump through hoops? Women break rules for alpha males and they make more rules for beta males.
I
Is
agree.
she making
I don't like the alpha beta male thing, but like, yes, this is true. It's not even break rules. There are no rules for like alpha males. Okay, it's not even alpha or beta. If a woman wants a man, she will be going through the hoops that she set for the men that she doesn't want. That's kind of how it is. It's like that's basically what it is.
You rules. If that's the case, then her attraction to you or interest in you is probably not what it ought to be, because women will break rules to get with a guy who is so high value, because women understand that they can't afford to miss out on that opportunity with a guy who's a high value guy.
Fair
So
enough.
They will tend to
just
break
logic.
rules for that guy and make rules for guys like you're saying before here, where it's like, they'll try to cover it up with love, right? Or they'll try to cover up the lack of like being hot for that guy with other things. Guys will do exactly the same thing too. They'll try to convince themselves that she's really into it, but she's really not into it. And I said, is she making rules for you? That's number one. If you want one sort of litmus test for your dating, is she making rules for you, or is she breaking rules for you because she really wants to get with you?
And I would really say just to the guys, the like, don't follow like other people's rules, man. You have your own rules and your own standards, and stick by them. And if and like, unless you change those standards, but it's like, you don't change those standards for the person, change them because you feel like for yourself you need to change them, if that makes sense. Like, if a woman is always like, he has to hold the door for me all the time, like, listen, bitch, I just fucking hit my fucking leg, I can barely walk, I'm not like, like, it's I can barely get out of my car, I'm not expecting you to expect me to open the car. Me trying to still open the car for you is one thing, but you can't expect me to like, you know, hold the door for you when I can barely fucking stand. Okay, some shit like that, right? It's like, bro, like, be reasonable.
Hot desire for you. And then I think probably the third most common is, how do I get my wife to have sex with me again?
Wow.
Oh, God.
How do I get her back? You know, most of the guys who I deal with who are older and they are married, that's their primary concern, because they think that they used to be able to have sex with her, and maybe this is true, when they were single, and then they got married and she turned the sex spigot off.
Can I, from a female perspective, I'm not married obviously, but I speak to a lot of women also, like about marriage and lack of sex, and I have a lot of men also messaging me asking all those 13%. So what I think is, in the beginning when you were dating your person, you were doing a lot. You were taking her on dates and you were doing this, and maybe you both were more fit or you were hotter.
You're wooing her. Yeah, sure. Then like, I guess where she's going is like, once you get her, you don't have to woo her anymore.
Or whatever, like everything was just more exciting. Now sex became like a chore, and guys don't like. He's not gonna, give you a little sexy massage, and you're not gonna he's gonna come to you in bed. You're gonna be like, oh, you wanna fuck? You wanna do it? That's what men do nowadays.
I got half an hour.
And that's
valid point. Yeah.
I got a full block.
Though honestly, it's like, I don't know about other men, but it's like, I like the journey, the foreplay a lot more than I enjoy the actual sex, to be honest. Like the actual sex is actually more of a chore than the foreplay, like the getting turned on and the finish. Anything in between that foreplay and the finish, which is like the fucking, it's okay. I mean, it's fun, but it's not like the top of my enjoyment. Let's just say it like that. Like the getting turned on and shit. Like that's like, yeah, you know, like that's really what gets you there. And then obviously the finisher, it's like, yeah. But as far as like the actual act is, like, a lot of times, bro, like if you're like after a good fucking workout at the gym and it's like your muscles are sore, man, like you kind of just, you get turned on, you want to do it, but at the same time you're like, I physically am having difficulties right now. Like my triceps are killing me, my lower back, my glutes and my quads are fucked up. My hamstring is about to fucking cramp. You know, shit like that's like, that's not the fun part in my opinion. It's funny after, but it's not the fun part.
Laundry. I got to fold laundry, so you finish up.
And that's what happens in marriages now. It's not special anymore. It's like, just like you said, let's do this now so we can do the laundry later. And you're not into it. And I feel it's both sides.
Is that just inevitable in every relationship? Is that like
I don't think so.
number? Oh, really?
If you make it like that, yeah, then it is. But you should work on your sex life the same way you work on your.
Yeah, sure. I agree with her there.
Speaking of sex life, I want to bring up this, and then we're going to get to the celebrity stuff. The sexual market value. We've spoken about this at length. Are you familiar with this sexual market value?
You've just been talking about it the whole time.
Exactly. So, would you break down sexual market value? So, let me ask you a question first, then we'll get to Rollo. Would you say that you're at your peak sexual market value right now at age 30, 31?
I think that I'm the best now that I've been before.
Okay.
Liar. Maybe internally, not externally.
Best, whatever. The grammar is not my side. I'm the best I could be right now.
You're the best version of yourself right now.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Like that you could be right now, but you're not comparing it to before. Yeah.
What age do you want to get married by?
I don't really care. I mean, marriage for me is not like, okay,
that's
by
fair.
30, I already passed it. Like it's
by 40.
Yeah, I would like to get married by 40, but it's
by
not
50.
Yeah. How high of a priority is it for you right now?
It's not really such a high.
What about kids? What age would you like to have kids by? Do you want to have kids?
I would want to have kids. I want to have kids by, I don't know, 35.
Okay. I'm gonna give you a case.
I want to have kids by 35, but I don't want to be married. Interesting.
Example, and then I want to open up the sexual market value. There was a girl that I used to like just be friends with. We kind of like were,
Like she might be avoiding the question because her boyfriend's listening. He's like, oh fuck, I gotta make plans.
in high school, whatever. Not dated, but like I actually kind of wanted her more than she wanted me, and it was like whatever, never happened. We went to a
Story
party,
of my
it was
life.
a 40th
Story of my
birthday
life.
party last year. Okay, I'm single. I had some serious relationships. I was single, making money. Life's good. You know,
Yeah.
she's still single, 40. The reception for the difference between us was palatable. Yo, Adam, what up? 40, single, making money, kill. You're the man, bro. Oh, I won't say her name. Are you okay? Is everything? You
And
good?
that's what happens.
So that's my point.
Yeah.
A 40-year-old man, successful, single,
Yes.
no wife, no kids. You're fucking pimp, bro. Woman, 40, no wife, no husband, no kids.
Get the fuck out of my sight.
People look at that as being like, you okay?
Yeah.
Like everything,
I know,
you're
I
gonna
know,
be
I
all
know.
right. You're not gonna kill yourself, are you?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? As being a beautiful, high maintenance 31-year-old woman, I doubt you want to be that 40-year-old woman 10 years from
Yeah,
now.
I mean, I think that's just the society today, and that's
No. That's not society today. That's always been the case. Are you kidding me? How's this society today? That's always been the case.
I would love that to change. I just don't know
Yeah,
when
good luck.
it
How?
will or what needs to happen for this to change.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel a lot
Fucking
of women,
human DNA and shit like that has to change, I guess.
and also that's a question I get often. It's like, I like this guy, like I want to get married. I'm not sure if he's the one, but I've been with him for 7 years now, and I don't want to start over, and blah blah. And that women have this
I don't
pressure
like that.
when
Yeah.
they're in their 30s or late 20s that they need to get married, and then they do get married to this guy who they've been dating for the past 3 years, and then they get married, and then they realize 3 years in they're miserable, and
Yes.
then they get a divorce, and then you're starting again. So instead
Yeah.
of rushing into a marriage because your clock is ticking, no, there's no clock ticking besides like you can freeze your eggs, do whatever. Like you can do
But
whatever.
there is a clock ticking, though.
There's a
For
clock.
women more than men.
I don't think there's any. Okay, you guys can
You agree or
tick,
no?
click
I
all you
agree
want.
that there is most definitely a clock ticking.
So you don't think there
there's
is,
an
but you think
expiration
there is.
date? Put it that way.
Explain that.
All right, so
You're saying women are like milk.
All right, so let
Women
I really hope
are like me, men are like
Really?
men.
It's like wine.
No, well,
Expiration
not
date.
yeah. We'll get to
No.
that. So before I launch into what I'm going to say here, let me explain we're going to have to make a distinction between sexual market value and personal worth, okay? Because women tend to conflate those two.
Yeah.
So if I
Big
say, well,
true.
you know, you're successful, you got a career, you went to college, you make $100,000 a year, blah blah blah. Where's my man? How come I don't have a man right now? Well, the reason is because you've turned yourself into the man that you wanted to marry. That's why. So what happens is we sort of sell
I
them
agree.
this bill of goods that they need to follow sort of this masculine alpha male life plan, and then they get to 35, 36 years old and they go, where's the guy? Where's the guy that I'm supposed to be with? Well, it's because as things track, the thing is that men and women find different things attractive in the opposite sex. Women believe that men should find things attractive about them that women would naturally find attractive in a man.
Yep.
So when
True.
we're looking at between
Big
the ages
true.
of 18 and about 28 years old, you'll hear people talk
Bro,
about
you
this
want that?
online all the time.
You want
That's
that
the whole-
hot young girl, man. You want that hot 20-year-old, super energetic, the energy that you don't have anymore. And yeah, that's what you want as the man. And like, I'm not trying to be sexist or whatever, but it's like, it's true. The older the man gets, he wants someone intellectual to have a conversation with, obviously, but he also doesn't want, like, if he's single, if he's married, that's different. He's already with that person. But he also is not going to look at women his age who are also single most of the time, because, like, first of all, yeah, right away, the first thing is like, well, what kind of baggage does she have that she's single at this age, right? I was busy making a career. Now you can think, it's like, well, the woman was also busy making a career. It's like, why would I need her to have a career when like I already make enough money? Like, why do I need her to make as much money? Like, no, I might as well get the girls that I couldn't get when I was trying to make money because I was too busy making money. So throughout my 20s, if I was busy like making something out of myself, I couldn't date the chicks that I want. Like, I would go to the club, whatever, sometimes, like here and there. I'm not talking about like personal experience, like as general. I would go to the club, and there would be all these girls, and they would like hot girls, and they would be at the booth with like these other guys, and it's like, man, I couldn't do that because I didn't have the money for that shit, right? But now I do. now I have the money for that. Now I can get those girls. And there's a sense of like revenge, sense of like accomplishing what you couldn't in your childhood, like this whole middle life crisis that people refer to. Yeah, that does happen quite a lot. Yeah, and if you're married, like if it happens in other ways, but yeah.
Phase, right? That's the party
The
years.
What's the whole phase?
The hoe phase, 18 to
Oh,
28.
you know it.
I
Come on,
missed it.
Coco.
18 to 28 years old.
I would say 18
Yeah.
to 24.
Okay.
If in my
All
experience.
right, well, the reason I rounded off to the 28 is because 29, 30, 31 is the epiphany phase, and I'll talk about
Yes.
that here in
Well,
just
I
a
agree
second.
with that. actually.
I'm so yeah.
So,
Okay.
and
She just had an epiphany right there, bro.
I know what you're going to say, too, because I did read that one post you had on Instagram.
I have over 1,000.
If you have read my work, I have the infamous graph. I think I showed when I was with
Sexual
on
market value,
Patrick's show. So at the peak levels, women sexual market value peak years is about 23 years old. And that's when women are the most fertile. That's when they can have children the easiest. Mm-hmm. That's when they are at the peak of fertility, their youth. That is the year. That is the age at which every guy from 15 all the way to 95 pegs as the most attractive that women are.
Yep.
23?
At 23, between 22 and 24. So I average it out to 20.
But again, it's a combination of physiology, biology, and just like attractiveness. It's like that's how it is. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. 23 is pretty much it because she's not so dumb that she doesn't have a brain. Why is there Elliot Holster? Oh, they probably took it from. But yeah, but it's like she's smart enough to have a conversation with. Usually, maybe like not philosophical conversation, but decent conversation. She's not stupid. She's 2 years outside of 1 to 2 years outside of university by that, so it's like she has some real world experience. Okay, she can have a conversation. She looks good. Her skin is still tight. Like she's probably in good shape. All these things, which is like, and like, yeah, she's more fertile, obviously, than someone who would be in their 40s. Whereas, like, for men, this is why it's 38. Well, 38, whatever, because 20, like, this is men from 20 to like 31 are just figuring out who they are, building their career. They're just working. It's like just men working. And again, women that are working is totally fine, but it's like, these guys who are working don't even have time really to think about like marriage and shit, or like, they're just too busy. And it's like if they have a certain ambitions, they're not gonna get the women they want, not at this age, because the women they want, if they're like average Joe, not high financial status and all that stuff, they don't have the capabilities or the self-esteem. Especially like, let's say you were a nerd here, you'd have like no capabilities of talking to other women, right? And then you get to this place and all you do here is just work on yourself. You make money and you develop your social skills, because you couldn't develop them here because everyone was bullying you, right? It's like, and you develop your stuff and start working out and you become healthier and you look better. Boom, 31, 32, like you're like, okay, let's go, right? It's like I'm ready. I have my own stuff. I have my shit together now, right? Now you look in the past and you're like, man, when I was in my 20s, I couldn't get these girls. I can get them now.
I barely know how to brush my hair when I was 22.
Stop it.
Yeah, no, I know. You know what? Honestly, when I'm looking at
That's true.
And I'm talking strictly physical right now.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at my photos, 20, 21, 2, 3, I'm so much hotter right now. Like I just know how to dress better. I know how to do my hair. I know how to do my makeup.
Oh, just because you were a slut.
Like a comparison there and take a poll.
Feel free. Find it on my social media.
So it's one. Well, I'm glad you have high self-esteem. Let's just start right there. But anyways, between 18 and 28 years old is the hoe. Like women will call it themselves. They'll say it's the hoe phase. I didn't make the word. They did. I call it the party years in my second book. And that's usually at the time where women have the most sexual capital. That's when they get the $1 million. If in sexual agency, that's when they're handed, here's a $1 million check, and you've got to make a good investment. Remember what we were talking about, finding a guy who's a good bet for the future? Mm-hmm. The reason women get so, like Gary V's, wife that he's divorcing is so pissed off, or that this is a trophy wife, is because she's taken some of that sexual capital and she's put it into Gary. So what happens is it represents an opportunity 100%. Cost or a loss. A loss of investment if he doesn't pay off, if it doesn't pay dividends, when her sexual market value decays when she's in her 30s and her 40s, and now he's worth way more because men's sexual
She
market
does.
value.
Look at that face. She so doesn't like it, but that's how men think. That's how it is. Men are very logical, and that's how they view the world, right? And like I know what he's saying is like it makes it so that as if like women are valuing their beauty as a as a trade value, but for men that's what it is. It is a trade value, 100%. Men do value your looks a lot more than women value looks. It has a much higher value. In terms of stocks, I would say for let's say the limit is 1. Men would view looks as like a 0.7, whereas while women would view it as a 0.2. Right? Once they mature, that is, like the mature men would still view looks as like, because it's an indicator of health, whereas the woman would, they just don't care about looks as much. In my opinion, there's like 20-year-olds who would bang this guy outright. There's a lot of 20-year-olds who who will bang her, but they would not think that she's like, she's whatever. Right? And when she's gonna be his age, nowhere they gonna be like, oh my god, man, I would bang this gilf. No way.
Value tends to peak right around 35, 36, 37 years old because that's the point at which men have the most potential. I didn't say they're all going to do this, but they've made lawyer in the law firm. They've made surgeon. They're whatever it is. They've built themselves up to have the most of what women find most attractive in a man.
The status
is right around that time, and of course, and as I said before, there's success objects, whatever. He still has to look good. You still have to be in shape. I'm not going to discount the looks aspect of that. He's got to be 6 feet tall. He's got to have a V tape, or he's got to have 6-pack abs. Got that. But he also has to have some kind of success. He has to have achieved something, and it takes longer for men to mature into their peak potential than it does for women. So women's peak potential in the sexual marketplace is 23, and for men, it's about 36. Now, does that mean that 36-year-old guys are banging 23-year-old girls? Absolutely not. I'm just saying that they're mutually exclusive, okay? So the 23-year-old girl is at the peak of her potential. The guy who's 36, assuming he's made the most of himself and he's the best version of himself that he can be, it's probably going to happen right around 36, 37, somewhere in there, okay? Because it takes longer for him to do so, to work his way up that hierarchy, as I was saying. As this happens, the problem is that once women get down to about 30 years old and men are on their ascension to their peak, that point right there where and I call it the peak, or the ascension, whatever it is, the peak potential for them. That you'll also notice that is exactly the year, or right around the year, that most men and women get married. When a woman is just on her declination and the guy is on his ascent when it comes to sexual market
around
value.
30, yeah.
So the guy, and you will see this is in the United
28
States.
28 to 32.
Anyways.
Yeah.
The average age of first marriage in the United States for men is about 29 to 30 years old. For women, it's about 28 to 29. Right, exactly as that is happening, and so. What happens is women want to check out of the sexual marketplace before they age out, and that's that
makes sense though.
Date. And men, they're hoping that men are going to be stupid enough to not to not know that they're going to have more sexual selectivity when they get to be 36, 37 years old, if they take care of themselves, and also as far as reproductive
and also
potential.
I'm not saying this is common, but there are a lot of women who would make sure that their man doesn't take care of themselves enough, so that they're not, so they don't regret the decision when they're in the 40s.
Concerned.
Early 40s.
Every year after 30, your chances of having, successfully conceiving a child and then having no complications as a result of that goes down all the way until you get to be 40, and that's why I raise bloody hell about this. What is it? Freezing your eggs is some sort of like benefit for, what is it, for middle management at what Facebook, Fortune 500 companies are offering that as benefits to women who want to pursue their career. It's not interesting. It's not about your career. It's the fact that you can't find the guy that you think you deserve. And so what happens is
the thing that Fortune 500 companies are offering their female
this is
C-suite executives.
This is a financial podcast, so let me explain something to you here. If you are investing in the future and you want to do so based on gender or based on sexual trends right now, invest in anything that promotes fear of missing out for women, and anything that promotes the idea that their sexual market value will be evergreen forever. So, yeah, was it cryogenics for ovum cryogenics? That's another one. Anything beauty products, right? Women don't want to look older; they want to look what? Younger. So the cosmetic industry is not this multi-trillion-dollar juggernaut because women want to look older. It's because they want to look as if they were 23 years old, because that's what men are looking for. They're looking for that.
Yeah.
That's what we base our
Makes sense.
I have a question. Are we talking strictly physical appearance here, or you're saying in general?
No.
Because I see, this is my actual serious question. If you are successful entrepreneur, CEO, whatever, you're smart, you're a lawyer, doctor, whatever you are, and you're 30 something, let's say you're 37, and you start dating a girl who's 22, 23.
Well, you have a good conversation.
What are you talking to her about?
Yeah,
she doesn't
conversation
have any,
stuff.
you can think she's hot as much as you want. I'm sure she is, but what are you? That's not your life partner. Maybe she is super mature, and maybe you're gonna have something to talk to. Maybe she's whatever. But when
you're looking at this in the perspective of from a woman.
Okay, but let me continue.
Do guys want an unintelligent? Like, well, first of all, why do we presume that a woman who is 23-year-old is not intelligent enough to get with the guy? That's number one. Number two is
I'm not done with my statement.
Most guys at that age who have that peak sexual selectivity,
I know.
they're not looking for for a long-term partner. They're not looking for at 23. They're looking right around 26 or 27.
Okay, I got confused as soon as you cut me off. So I'm just saying, I have a lot of friends who are in their early 20s because I have whatever.
Yeah.
And when I'm sitting there, me as a 31-year-old woman, I'm sitting there. I'm like, you guys have I just can't even sit here anymore. There's nothing to talk about. And these girls are smart. They go to nice schools. They come from a good family.
Not what smart means.
Vision of life, and I just like there's nothing you have in common. So when you're 23 and you get together with somebody who's 37, a successful lawyer, and you're just like, you got in your dreams to sorority, like you guys are not in the same.
I actually agree with you and also disagree with you at the same time, and we'll kind of bring this.
Way to ride the fence there.
No, but there, because I'm in that world. Like by day, I'm very open about this. By day, I'm in the financial world. I work for a financial firm. I have to be very financial. But at night, I'm in fucking South Beach partying with 20-something-year-olds.
There you go.
There is a difference. Like, I might see a 23-year-old and be like, damn, she's hot. And then I go to talk to her and I'm like, yeah, she's kind of.
But you're not going to marry her. You're not interested in a long-term thing.
So to both your points, you're talking about almost sexual market value, how they look to an extent. And you're basically saying, hey, look, yeah, maybe, 23-year-olds are hotter, but I can guarantee you at 31, I'm smarter, I'm, savvier, I dress better, I look better, definitely a little bit more high maintenance.
Doesn't look better for sure.
But that's the whole question.
Boy, all right, next one. Let's see.
I'm sure she does,
So
but
she can't buy a match.
I'm sure she does.
I still can't believe she thinks she looks better now than she did in 23. Like, just, you take care of yourself better. Like, again, like, yeah, if you were like, pigging out, you're like really like unhealthy and shit like that, and like you got your shit together at 26 and you worked out and like you became healthy sure. But if you had like the same standard throughout your life, you would always look better in 23 than when you're 31.
So she can't buy a mattress?
Unless, again, like you have like some serious acne or whatever. I don't know.
Thank you.
She wanted the lifestyle. That's why she's like Elon Musk. He's the richest guy in the world. That's the lifestyle that she wanted to have. But I'll tell you, you want to know why he's like that? Because Steve Jobs was exactly like that as well. I'm not saying he's trying to be like Steve Jobs, but that's
why they're successful.
Personality.
Yes.
And that can go for the better or it can go for the worst. So, like for instance, like Steve Jobs was a pathological personality. He had a reality distortion bubble around him, and he says, "I want this to happen," and he had the people surrounding him who would make it happen for him. He lived in very Spartanly, let's just say, very similar to this. He didn't have if you've ever read Jobs' biography, it's not his autobiography, his biography. The people who knew him said he lived in houses that just simply were unfurnished. He just had to have a house, and he had very cheap economical cars to get him from point A to point B. Didn't really care about like creature comforts or material because he was just all he wanted to do was do what Steve Jobs did,
Yeah.
right? It's very similar to, I see a lot of the similarities in Elon, and maybe he's trying to cultivate that, but he's so focused. You want a guy who's passionate and has his ambitions. Elon's got it in spades, right?
You as a high maintenance woman.
Yeah.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
You're dating the richest person in the
But
world.
again, like the more ambitious the person is, the less he would care about his partner. Like, you're here to like to give me an offspring while I do my, I'm going here. I'll bang you on the side so you can give me an offspring, but I'm going there. I just want to leave something behind. Like, I want to have all this to leave to my son, my daughter, whatever, to my heir. Like, they can care about you as a person, whatever, but it's like, I don't know how, like, then they can say they love you and then maybe they mean it, whatever, but it's like their main priority is up there and you're like on the side.
Literally worth 200 billion plus
And I don't think a lot
dollars.
of women like that.
You know that there's this amount of money. You know that he's literally changing the world. Rockets, cars, tunnels.
We're going to Mars.
We're going everywhere. Neuroscience. But basically, he ain't spending any money on you. How do you process that?
You have his credit card.
So you go do this.
Wow. And that's why I'm watching this video.
Which, by the way, is exactly what Steve Jobs' wife did. Was like,
I mean, if you have kids, like all jokes aside, if you have kids, you have to feed those children every single day. So you have the right to a certain amount of money. I don't know, maybe on the.
See what I mean? See what I mean? What happened to your ambitious self that wants a career and all that stuff? Why are you with the kids and not him? Why are you putting this scenario down? Why are you generalizing women to say that they should be the ones with the kids?
I don't know what's their financial situation, but you can do this yourself. That's why I feel men should, like it. By the way we are describing her, she seems incompetent. So why would you marry a 20-something-year-old who can't even feed her children, can't even buy a mattress, just because she's hot?
Let's just put it this way: Elon doesn't have a great history with women as it is.
I don't know.
She's like number 3 or 4 in a line.
Yeah. And what?
Like, why would Elon Musk marry someone who is 23 and inadequate? Look at him. Now he looks good. Look at him in the past. Like, the guy was like a 2 out of 10 on like a good day. Okay, like ugly as fuck. And again, I like the guy overall. Like, I have nothing against him. But it's like, let's be real. Objectively, he was really, really bad looking. How many hot chicks do you think he would have dated when he was a kid? Right? Like, let's be real. And he probably wanted. Like, his hormones were going crazy at some point. He probably wanted to date those hot chicks. He wasn't getting any pussy. Okay? Maybe he was, but like not the pussy he really wanted. But yeah, so now he has the opportunity and he wants it. Fuck it.
What the craziest thing is, his ex before this girl is Amber Heard, who's dealing with Johnny Depp.
Yes.
Something about this Amber Heard girl is just nuts.
When you said this that he's sleeping around on couches and stuff, I feel like for him, when you're so rich, it's just fun. Like,
I actually agree.
Yeah, I'll just crash at my friend.
There's a part of this that's like, how freaking cool is that? Rather than being the most, like, he could be yachts, planes. He's just like, yeah, I'm crashing on a homie's couch. There's something super cool about that.
Okay, so let's just say he's working at Tesla in California. He lives somewhere else. I mean, he probably owns other houses, right? But he's sleeping. Yeah, well, he's doing that because the mental space that it would take up in his head to go, oh, I need to find a place to live. I need to get a hotel. I need to book a hotel. That's replaced by I got to put a lander on Mars, right?
I'm just picturing him staying at a buddy's house. The buddy's probably married with kids. And he's just like, hey, I'm going to be home a little bit late tonight. I hope. Yeah, we're going to leave the key under the mattress. We're going to leave the key under the carpet for. Okay, thanks, man. I promise I won't be that loud when I. Yeah, just make sure you lock the door. I'll get
Taco Bell on the way home. I'll be all right.
Actually, a chick's going to come over later tonight. Yeah, it's like, keep it down, Elon. I'm just picturing these conversations he's having at a buddy's house. Next conversation. and then we'll take some calls and we'll get to everything we want to get to. The Al Pacino situation is very interesting. Al Pacino, one of the greatest actors, if not the greatest actor of all time, certainly in the top 5, certainly in the top 10. He's 81 years old now. 81.
Good for him.
Hooah, right? And he is being called gross right now because of a date that he went on recently with 28-year-old Noor Al-Fala. Can you see the
gross?
Attractive girl.
If anything, like they should be gross, like saying to her that it's gross. Why him? Like what the fuck?
So people are basically.
What number is she now? Like what would you rate her? Like from this photo.
Well, she's 28, so she's...
Let's see some other photos. I'll gladly play your game and give her a number, by the way. So while he's pulling up other pictures of her, people are saying he's a creepy old man that takes women young enough to be his great-granddaughter to dinner, one social media user. However, Noor, this is the little twist of the story.
That is most of the population at his age.
That is true. Noor didn't seem to be bothered by the age gap because she previously dated Mick Jagger. I think Mick Jagger is just as old as our friend Al Pacino right here.
Damn. She's definitely not there for the money and the fame.
So Noor is 28, Al Pacino's 81. Mick Jagger age, Tyler, get us that.
But again, that's all it is. She's selling her like her good looks. Her good looks is the product, and their money is the product. Like I mean, it is what it is.
She says our ages didn't matter to me. The heart, right?
Yeah,
the heart
of course.
doesn't know what it sees. It only knows what it feels.
Would she say she's in love?
It was my first serious relationship, but it was happy every time this is talking about Mick Jagger. She added that Mick, who is already a great grandfather, is still in great shape. As saying he's much fitter than I am. I really respect that he's so disciplined.
He knocked up a grandma too.
Mick Jagger age
78.
Wow, so she's in great shape. 78-year-old to 80.
She went up. She's waiting for one. He wasn't dying fast enough, so she went up to Al Pacino. Maybe he will.
81-year-old Al Pacino. I would say that she's an attractive 8-ish.
Yeah, I would say
Okay, what grade would you give her? What number would you give her?
Which one is she, left or right?
I think she's the one on the right.
I'll give her maybe.
That's not the most flattering photo.
Well, I mean, you need a body shot too. So
yeah, I mean, I feel that she's not. She's cute. I think she's like a 7 maybe.
Yeah.
All right. So we're not far off.
7.5.
But okay,
I'll give her half a point.
The bigger conversation right here is, at what point is age just ain't nothing but a number?
I love that they're saying that like the guy is the one that is creepy, but it's like I bet he was not the one who approached her.
Or is it like at some point it gets creepy?
I think it all depends on the mindset and where you want this relationship to go. So if you're just hooking up, obviously let's just keep it legal.
Straight to the bank is where she wants it to go.
I actually agree with it. Yeah, fuck it, keep it legal.
Al Pacino.
I mean, obviously that's not just. I could not never do that, but it's like if they're just doing it for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Why do people care? Calling him gross, like why is she not gross?
Oh man, wow, I actually agree with her.
Who's grosser? Him because he wants a young hot chick, or her?
She is.
Grosser.
Oh, she's grosser.
Yeah.
100%.
Wow. Do you agree or disagree?
She's grosser.
Yeah.
I'll say this is that whenever there's an age difference or there's you'll see this crop up from time to time. I think it was I forget who is. Whenever it's an older guy and he gets with a younger woman, then of course we say, "Oh, robbing the cradle" or whatever. Right. And I think what it is it's a reminder that young women can get with guys who have a slower burn sexual market value. He's Al Pacino, right? And he has a lot of money. He's been in a lot of films. He still has some sort of like celebrity status of some sort.
Al Pacino.
Well, Mick Jagger, for instance. I mean, for crying out loud. So she's already been with Mick Jagger, and so Al Pacino is getting Mick Jagger's leftovers from this girl right here. So clearly there's a pattern that's been established here. So I just want to point that out before I continue a little bit further here. So at 28 years old, getting with these older guys, obviously she sees at least an opportunity in those relationships. So that aside, whenever women have a problem with an age difference, it's always because the woman is usually much younger than the guy is. As I said before, women in the age range between 18 and 28 is the hoe phase. That's when women are at their peak sexual market value. She's sort of on the downside of that too. So there's probably some incentive on her part to get with guys who are, I love you, Al Pacino, but you're 81 years old. How many years do you have left? There's that
I said
factor
it.
in cashing
Called
in
it.
while she's young and he's old.
Yeah.
And then I
Cash
think
incentive,
there's also the idea that men can, it's a reminder for women that men at his age, depending on how well they've maintained their status,
they can still reproduce,
celebrity and everything else, Mick Jagger, whoever, can still get that. Whereas a woman who is 81 years old is probably not going to get, I'm sure there's a man bites dog story somewhere where some 90-year-old woman gets with a 21-year-old guy.
Yeah.
Don't give me those damn links. I know they're out there, but that is like the exception to the rule here.
Exactly.
So when women see an older man
100%,
with a younger woman, that's a reminder that of their decaying sexual market value, and that they are not going to be able to be as old as Al Pacino and get with a guy like that.
Yep, that's how it is, man. How it is. I don't know why they call them men gross. I mean, as long as it's legal, fuck it. But yeah, I feel like the woman was way grosser in that situation. It's like, bro, imagine like she's like sucking that like crippled old dick. Like, oh man, like who is gross here? The guy is like a fucking champ. Like, yeah, fuck it, man. I got a 28-year-old and I'm about to fucking hit the can. All right. Last video before I can finally play. This is like a Family Guy roasting every woman compilation. I just want to see that. Let's see. I wonder if Family Guy is banned on Twitch. I might get a. We'll see if I get a warning. Okay, if no one watches this though, so it's fine. All right, let's see this Family Guy roasting every woman compilation.
Peter, you're not still friends with that idiot after what he did?
Well, I mean, that may be a little harsh. I'm not going to avoid Peter like the drunk chick at a party.
I just smoked the wrong side of a cigarette. Who wants to go swimming? Oh, this song is about me.
Well, it hasn't been
We all know that girl.
easy. Between doing the laundry and vacuuming, I barely had time to put on a nice sweater and clasp a cup of tea with two hands.
Yeah, why do women do that sometimes? I actually, like, I've seen it multiple times. I don't know why they do it. It is a stereotype, but why? Why does it happen?
And now to tie this sweater around my waist and walk around the neighborhood. Hang on, I'll be right back, Lois. I'm just going across the street.
Peter, you can't keep using Cleveland's bathroom.
Oh my God, yes I can. Cleveland's bathroom is the greatest discovery since fat women discovered Diet Coke.
Now I can eat anything.
It's just
So true. I had clients who were like, they switch from like, they switch to like diet, what's it called? Diet drinks, and like, but you increase your calories from the food. Like, what's the point? Oh god.
complicated, that's all. No, Brenda, it's not complicated. Trying to get a straight answer out of a 23-year-old girl is complicated.
So do you want to go out sometime?
Out like go out or hang out or just do something?
Like a date.
Like a date or like a date?
Both, I guess.
Yeah, sure, maybe. I don't know. Yes, no. Here's the first 3 digits of my phone number. Email me.
First 3 digits of my phone number, email me. That's so good. Here's the first 3 digits of my phone number, so email me. Oh my god, bro. I love it.
Boy, this is fun, huh? Except for the fact we're gonna sit next to that woman who came with her coworkers.
Aren't we all pals? I work at the office. This is empowering. Maybe I'll get a dance, huh? You guys are probably gonna be talking about this forever. A woman who's so cool with all of this? Jackpot!
Well, it's probably the right move anyway. Those girls seem kind of annoying. Look at them over there taking a group picture together.
I love you. I love you. We're all such good friends. You can tell by the way we're pressing our faces together.
And that's where fat girls come from.
So, we were supposed to go to the library to wipe boogers in fancy books. I like to wipe mine in Bronte novels. It's like a time bomb to gross out lonely chicks.
Oh, Heathcliff. Oh, come on. I want so little. Oh, wow. You are definitely not not afraid of desserts. You know, I wish I were secure enough to throw on any old thing and call it an outfit. Come on, you have so much body confidence. I mean, who wouldn't with those strong legs? So muscular.
Hey, I like your tie.
Thanks.
Is that me or did that sound like very passive aggressive between the girls?
Peter, why don't you just sit in that booth over there?
Oh, man, that's where the after-work secretaries sit.
What about Mr. Demerson? Is he single?
I don't know.
What about Mr. Adelaide? Is he single?
I don't know who that is.
Well, who do you know who is single?
I'm assuming you? Oh, hey, look, cake! Excuse me, could I get directions to the Providence Civic Center?
Do you like cake?
Yes.
Do you like my ass?
Yes.
Do you want to eat cake off my ass?
What kind of cake?
Angel food cake.
Well, Rusty, looks like we're gonna eat our way out of another jam. I gotta know if we should take 24 or 495.
Hang on.
Exit's coming up. Half a mile.
You'd think I could find it.
Yeah, I would. I would. Okay, I'm taking 495.
Here it is. It says take 24 to 128.
Women, we have spent decades fighting for our right to vote. So when you go to those booths and cast your ballot, remember, Warren G. Harding is way the cutest!
And that's how Justin Trudeau got elected.
And then we have a chocolate cake that's infused with chocolate, served with chocolate ice cream and a molten chocolate topping.
We'll have one of those with 4 spoons. More like 4 of those with 1 spoon for me.
Oh, can I just try a little sample? Oh, I'm so bad.
Sure. You gonna buy a cookie this time?
Oh, I better just stick with the sample. I'm so bad. But at least I know I'm bad, so that makes me a little less bad. Or worse.
Straight
That was the
up.
right thing to do, Peter.
I was.
Hey, Tyler, you on your way to algebra?
Yeah, I'll see you there.
You're awful!
The preceding joke was brought to you by men. Men, we don't know what we did.
That's so true. It's like, what the fuck is she mad about? Man, we don't know what we.
9/11 changed
Oh,
everything, Brian.
God.
9/11 changed everything.
Peter, you didn't even know what 9/11 was until 2004.
That's not true, Brian. I remember 9/11. Must have been a woman pilot, eh?
Come on, guys. We don't
Oh, God.
have to make such a big
That's
thing
bad.
about it. It's not like I'm a woman who's about to turn 30.
You guys, I don't care what we do for my birthday as long as it lasts the whole week and it's very expensive and inconvenient for all my friends. Oh, and I'm gonna dress like a slut and be rude to everyone for no reason.
I remember Vegas.
But Maya, I don't care that your dad's dying. We're all going to Montreal for the week.
Not like 37-year-old woman on a blind date fund.
Oh, so what if you forgot your wallet? I'll pay. I'm gonna pay for us. You'll get it next time, yeah. So you were in prison, right? Killed a man? Oh, I'm sure it was in self-defense.
No, I just felt like killing.
Everything's okay. Everything's okay when you're desperate.
Best stories. Me and my 3 eggs are having the best time.
Okay, so I know you're a harmonica, but right now you're a 40-year-old woman with a good body in a hotel pool. Hey, everybody, look at me! I work out 7 days a week for these 5 minutes. Your attention is going to keep me from swallowing a bottle of pills.
You listen to me, you son of a bitch. I've got one thing in this lifetime. One thing.
You always say I never do anything around here.
Yeah, I like saying that more than I like you doing things.
Dad, I got the rest from the car.
Chris, run! You were right. She didn't appreciate it.
Oh, crap.
Ow! That's right. I do groceries.
Yeah, Mom, you get crazy when you're pregnant.
society is doomed. People and technology are a bad match, just like moms and Radiohead.
Oh, no. No, this isn't music. No, I don't like this, David. No, that's enough. No, David, I don't like that. No.
Wow, it's a nice apartment you have. Is this your dog?
Yes, isn't he the cutest little cutie wootie? Look how cute he is.
Yes, he's very cute.
Yes, he's cute. Yes, he's cute. Look at him, look at him, look at him.
Okay.
Look at him. Look at that face. Come on, look at that face. You look at him. Look at that face.
Oh, we don't need a map, Ryan. I got us a GPMS machine.
Go up. What do you think? Just go up.
Sorry.
Okay, can everyone just stop freaking out and just give me like 2 minutes? God.
Sick.
So he's yelling at me. What? All the questions.
All right, well, maybe we'll turn you on later and see how you feel.
Hello?
Ah, jeez, it's a girl. May I speak to the man of the house?
This is the woman of the house, and there is no man living here.
No? Wait, what is... how are you paying for this phone?
I'm a lawyer.
Oh, I see. And are you in your little courthouse right now, representing Barbie?
Hey, that was a pleasant surprise. You know, like when a woman in a Porsche Cayenne isn't a complete bitch. Huh. Well, I did not expect that.
I wasn't telling you to go. I was trying to smell my own fart.
Peter, you left the flap open.
Like 1,000 degrees in here, Lois.
Close the tent now. It's freezing.
Headline, Woman Cold. Why do
Yeah.
women have boobs?
Except it's the opposite in my family. My dad is the one who's always cold. My mom is always like burning hot.
You got something to look at while you're talking to him.
Oh, this is like super old, huh?
So you got something to look at while you're talking to him. So you wanted to see me, Mr. Weed?
Irrational and emotionally fragile by nature, female co-workers are a peculiar animal. They are very insecure about their appearance. Be sure to tell them how good they look every day, even if they're homely and unkempt. You're doing a great job, Muriel, and you're prettier than Mamie Van Doren.
God, this place
That's how I get sexual harassment lawsuits.
sucks worse than the WNBA. And at the top of the second half, it's 16-9. Easton leads the scoring with 4.
And that's why she commands $7,000 a year. These gals sure do make it look difficult.
But is having this minor skill worth being so unattractive? That's for the fan to decide. Yay!
Barry was over last
Or the fan, the one fan.
night, and don't tell me. He left the toilet seat up.
Oh, I ran into Frank. It's funny, he fought in Vietnam, he's an exorcist, but there is one thing that terrifies him.
Commitment. Oh, Midge, you're my third best friend in the whole world.
Third? Who are the first two?
Ben and Jerry.
Alright. Okay. Dark humor Jew jokes. Oh man, watch that sometime. I saw that. Stupid as Dragon. I saw it yesterday. Oh, I actually reacted to it yesterday as well. Then Parable Ultra Deluxe. If Blizzard made a mind-bending game. Anyways. Look at this. It's already loaded. Ah, shit. Let's go. I get to play. Let's go Final Fantasy. Let me change the settings on the stream, of course. Edit stream. There we go. Done. Nice. What else is there? Valkyrie, drama, top. Yep. Sounds good. Strong opinions about dumb topics. That's probably like the best thing I've ever said. Okay. I don't know why. Like, why do I bother doing this on this character? This character is literally for story, and I probably will never play this character again. Probably. Nice, I made some money. Good. Just turn to inventory. Fine. 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 Okay. Still okay. Good. Ooh, went up in price. Interesting. Alright, cool. And how much money did I make? 150k? Let's go! From just like quest items, huh? Not bad, not bad. Alright, let's go get this thing going. Come on, come on. Let me gamble my hole. Boom, 1 to 3. Close. Very close. Oh, 3. Oh. Oh. Was that 22? That's the worst one, right? Yeah. Oh shit. Cool. 19. Is it? No, it's 20, right? Also shit. Okay. Oh, not bad. We take those. Alright. Let's go question the people of Girabania. I just realized what this sound is. Music is. Oh, what? There's a main quest here? You look like a strider in search of comrades, and so I have a task for you. I am a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this day. Yet Neria 1 has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all. These will be warriors. Send them unto me, should you chance to find them. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. Yeah, the Girabanya background is literally like the anthem song for the Alamigan. Why? Why indeed? To save lives, perhaps, or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? Or where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. Before I go there. That's cool. Devout recruit. I know I'm late, but I had to say a prayer for my sister first after what the Imperials did to her. Death was a mercy. Okay, so he at least has some reason, I guess. Are the others racist, or? I'm expecting racism against the snake woman. You walk. Aren't you the Akon Slayer? Damn if I know why you'd bother asking someone like me why I joined the resistance, but it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not, and if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship, if you live long enough, you'll die stealing someone else's land. Like as not, but that's not the choice. But me, I'd rather die here. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, da-dum, da, da. Yeah, I wish they would allow you to dye mounts. Huh? Training? Gah, I was so busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you. No one is racist. A thousand pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or a republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Till we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. It's a weird reason to be late for training. I was so preoccupied with my own thoughts. The teacher calls for me, I see. We're discussing strategies for disabling magic armor, you see. And, yes, of course. There's no time, if you would excuse me. I was just a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know? There's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever the foraging parties turn up. Another quest, Jesus Christ. You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave this stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Taby for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so, or whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending on the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, so long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. Nice. It's leading me to that place as well. Maybe. Herbs, is it? 6 sprigs or whatever's on hand. Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. Wow, bro. It's very nice of you. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother though. You'll be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the reach. Okay, so I gather it here. Alright. Where's that guy? Conrad, where's the guy I need to talk to, huh? Behind this wall right here. Piece of shit. Oh bugger, you were sent by that snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits doesn't live through their training. That can't be true, right? Oh bugger, oh bugger. Rotmar. Why'd I join the resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes back in Alamigo. We owned a stall in the markets and a passing soldier snatched up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a palm of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. And a real. Oh, that's the dungeon, the monk dungeon. With a fake Ralgar or something. Or something. Is it nighttime or something? Oh, I guess, yeah. Hours. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials would be so kind. It is a thankless job to teach, some say, but I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well. True. Their survival is fair enough. Da, 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 da. Helisa. Ah, there you are. Got those herbs I asked for? There you go, buddy. Or chica. Thanks, they'll do nicely. And sorry to impose upon you, miss. Thought you were another new recruit. Didn't realize until after you were about to answer the question that's probably on your mind. Yes, it's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. Though that comes at a cost too. Too many villages, too many children, more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. The dream! Well met, Filmina. Have you spoken with the freedom fighters as I asked? Yeah, here you go. As fascinating as they are varied, you have a knack for convincing others to bare their hearts to you. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, their accounts will serve as a window into the struggle. We must never forget, my friend, never. Is that a quest I missed? Or is that a new one? I have missed it. Damn it all, where could it have gone to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a ward of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground, as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? Aye, it had been him. I had it this morning, that much I know for certain. I've not left the reach since, so it's got to be around here somewhere. If you got a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of the Fist Starter, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look around near the officers' pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know, and I could just as easily buy another, but even so, please help me find it. Shit. Don't drop your shit, then I won't have to help you find it, now will I? There it is. All the way here. Visible. I swear I've searched high and low and it just won't turn up. There you go, buddy. 7 hells, that's the one. That's my lucky word. You're a godsend, sister. Where I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. And then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. And after him came the Garleans, who cared even less for our beliefs. But I still keep to the old ways, as do many others, and when my son is born, I'll teach him the stories and the scripture, as my mother taught me. Good luck on getting a woman. Kinda lacking women right now, I think. Accept. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Filmina, I hear you have been keeping busy. Yeah, sure, boy. Ah, that she has, and we thank her for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. Really? That was fast. I wouldn't trust them with a sword right now. As discussed, Minago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castellum Velodina to General Aldine personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castrum Orions before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I will wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Kral and Ishtola will wish to remain here to support the chirurgeons, but nevertheless we should go and ask them. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. Is Artemis? I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalves. This is war, and every son must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Al Amigo, for my father, for Yira. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Belser and Vandarnus were but the first to try. Still didn't kill him. I don't know if we ever did. Though your fervor is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am of course of the same mind. The present situation is untenable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilbert's primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far, but if you require renewed confirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause, for it is ultimately the self-same cause I have served since I first pledged to serve Master Louisoix and the Circle of Knowing, the salvation of Eorzea, by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Minfilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Y'shtola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Filmina, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmund, the woman who slew Gaius von Baelsar, and some half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero and heap great expectations upon your shoulders, but you, like every scion, must decide for yourself. Oh my god. As long as there's a battle to be fought, I'll be there. To be frank, Alfie, this isn't my fight, but I will do what I must. I'm blood hungry. I'm blood hungry. Ha! Ever the adventurer, you live for these moments, do you not? Take care, Y'shtola, Kryl, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Least I would ask that you remain here by Conrad's side. We should go, or Minago will leave without us. Might I persuade you to join us, Filmina? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castle Morines would seem an apt place to do it. Need not answer right away. I am sure I can convince Minago to wait a little longer. What? Was I not supposed to go with him? They really need to get me out of here so the Empire can invade, right? So you will be accompanying us. Full glad am I to hear it. All set? Excellent. Then let us be off. Welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. I am come at Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on the latest development at the Reach. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Alamegans, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot? He does. Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castellum Velodina. Capture Velodina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east towards the capital. There is no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him to take no chances. Bring every able-bodied Alamegan who can wield a weapon. Pippin, I want Velodina watched. Assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this one's. There is no objection, General. Might the Scions join Marshal Tarupin? By all means, if that is all, let us be about it. Conrad and the General are of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal about this reconnaissance mission and see how he would like to proceed. Ba-da-bum, ba-dum. Funny picture. Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol, which we will. Come, our destination is beyond East End, just north of Velodina. Ba-di-ba-ba. We don't take it yet, I believe, right? I feel like that's what blocks us from going other location. Oh, please tell me I don't have to go all the way around. Oh, is this the house? This quest wasn't here. Might be the house. What a quest here? Which job? Hey, yeah. God damn you, developers. Why not make a passage there? Fucking Christ. What a troll. This ought to be close enough. Now we settle in for a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready in the event a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse. Upon reconnoitering Castellum Velodina, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside enough time. Let's go, buddy.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father.
Uh-oh.
Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Ralger's Reach.
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh, gods, it's Ralger's Reach.
Uh-oh. Okay, so the attack does happen
someone's
earlier.
jamming our communications.
The attack does happen first.
Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
Forward! Forward! Give them no quarter!
Wow, you guys suck. Not bad, not bad.
You! Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine!
Based on her story. Get fucked. We don't have medicine for you this time. Come on, Lisa, it's not like he was your best friend. I don't like her face though. Oh.
Hell's take you!
Nice. Uh-oh. Best friend is coming. Uh-oh. Best friend's here.
Well, well. Stand aside, Pilus. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Good. That's what he wants.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
There's really no reason for that to spin that much.
7 hells. It's him. It's Xenos.
The Viceroy? Oh, you are a dead man!
Oh, is he now? Born to
So
fight.
spirited and yet so empty.
But he's fucking giant. Holy fuck, he's tall.
Lise, run!
Ah, a magical barrier. Alas, it will not save you.
Oh, fuck.
Yashola!
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
What line, bro? The line is breached. They're inside. Oh, well. Maybe you should pay attention, old man. All these years of experience amount to nothing. Ah, he's completely okay.
Cryle!
Alphino!
We saw the
Silence,
smoke
a
and
good
but we
time
heard
to sit.
explosions. Are we under attack?
Oh yes, quite.
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
But that is not a good resting position, by the
Confound
way.
it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
And we must not lose the reach.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Sir?
Aye, sir. Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount
Oh,
concern.
we're about to offer actual succor.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
Ah, got my own life still.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
Let's go. Fuck shit up. Reinforcements.
It's all over now.
Is it though? Who's next? Fucking go, man. You next? Let's go. Fucker. Fuck you up too. Wait, I do this first. Hello? Oh, fuck. Who wants these people had surrendered? Dude, I hate, like, I get it, but it's like I also hate that mentality. It's like, oh, they surrendered and it's fine. Bro, like, they were certain now, what do you want to do? Like, given the chance they would attack if reinforcements came out of nowhere. It's not like they're out of the battle or anything like that. My brothers, my brothers, brother. Speak with Pippin. What's up, yo? You guys wanna fight? Let's go. Fuck you up.
Rebel score.
Is that her? Yeah. Arr. Oh.
What took you so long? Alpha, no, I need your help. My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pylus.
Sup, samurai boy?
As you command, my lord.
Looks like he doesn't even care.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
Yeah, guys, this one's mine. Let's go, best friend.
As one!
Be gone!
Oh, okay. 7 hells. Not even fun. I mean, didn't I just beat your father in a 1v1?
Give me something to remember.
Okay. Can do this all day, brother. Oh. Probably could have dodged that. Actually, I couldn't, right? Because the first one I was far away and still hit me, so yeah. I guess I couldn't. Oh. Broke your sword, did I?
Pathetic.
The sword or me? Both. Oh.
7 hells.
You did that to me. What can you do?
Shall we give chase, General? Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded. Aye, sir. You all right, lass?
Yeah, man, if I wasn't like toned down, I would be even better.
Tis no ordinary foe could best the likes of you.
Yeah, no shit. Apparently he's also multiple, he's rejoined a few times or some shit, because he has memories of the past or something.
Don't you die on me, Shola! Hold on!
Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work.
As if I know, man. What am I, fucking doctor? Let me switch to Sage. I'll show you how to heal, bitch. Ah, damn. Well, and her fucking attitude.
The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Let me switch to Sage real quick. Let me show you how
Master
it's done.
Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise? Of course. I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
You did well, Filmina. You saved lives no matter what happens. Remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts. See to the wounded, Filmina. If they live, help them. If not, move on. Mefrid, what's happening, bro? Mefrid lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm, which you take for safekeeping. He was already cold when I got to him. There was naught I could do. That charm must have been important. You'd best take it to Conrad. They knew of this place all along. They just didn't give a shit. You think your glamours can fool the Garleans? Nago, Mefrid, where are you? This is... He's dead, isn't he? Mefrid was a warrior. Always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 miles so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, though that only made him worry more. Did you know that he sent his men in Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him and not the cause? Aye, well, he did, and the only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see? That's exactly the kind of man who should be leader, the kind of man who deserves to survive, not an old fool who's all used up. There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never is. Who stands, who falls, in the heart of battle, we can but do our best, as he did. Mefrid will be sorely missed, aye, but because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not, and they need us, now more than ever. Aye, that they do. Forgive me, I had high hopes for him is all. Our defeat was no near thing. It was total, a humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alphino said, it is those who survived whom we must think of now. Rago's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castle Morans will need to be taken by Chocobo carriage. Agreed? Good. I shall oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you scour the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Mother's boy. Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. Actually. Oh, I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. Oh man, the hunger is really kicking in. I haven't eaten in 5 p.m. 20 hours? Shh. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't the 10th. God damn it. God damn it. Oh. Over there. Miss, Marshal Tarupin said you might have something for me. Go, brother. Well, be praised. This should put the driver's hearts at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders. Cinema time. Ishtal and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by her side the entire time. Thank you, Kral. I'll walk alongside. They'll need protection in case the Guardians try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of those carriages? I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. Well, he wasn't actually injured, he was just like knocked out. As you wish, then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrades' health allows. To Castrum Orions. Why are you standing like that? Cannot be comfortable to stand like that for a long term. Also, are you wearing like... Are these like ski boots? So weird. Not ski, ice skating. You saved a good many of my men, and I cannot thank you enough for that. But the fact remains, our forces were decimated. In this state, we'll not be mounting an assault on Castellum Velodina or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects. But first, we need to put our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you all at Castrum Orions. Understood. We will go and speak with General Aldin. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Hey. Hey. Pippin has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We have completed our search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straightways to Specula Imperatoris after quitting this place. It would seem he's lost interest in us. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives, having done so. In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave him to fight another day. Only a fool will turn his back and walk away. But Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive, this is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to Castrum Orions. We can discuss our path forward there. Kral is with Y'shtola. She still hasn't woken up, but Kral says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wound, we could have hoped for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? What's going on? I was supposed to be like a thunderstorm today. Clearly not. Now it's Monday? Oh, it's 4 p.m. Then tomorrow. How much rains tomorrow? And millimeters of rain tomorrow. Mostly cloudy, breezy, and cooler with showers. Nice. I saw it happen. When that Skull's commander cut down Mefrid, a single blow, and that was it. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. And do you want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. I mean, what the Alamegans did to her? God's help me if I ever. No, not now. Not while the general's waiting. Death after death, Lise. That's the path you chose. That's how it is.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us.
Oh, despair and depression.
We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gia Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I'm brave and stupid
I
enough.
can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. God help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
I wasn't
Loath
at my
I am to
best.
say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
Go, what's it called? Training montage. Da-da-da, 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 da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da.
Well, to put it simply, We have one legatus overseeing 2 provinces a world apart. I say we divide and conquer. We kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more, thereby forcing Xenos to fight a war on 2 fronts.
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised. And I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
We got friends in
Have
Doma.
faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there. And make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Al Amigo has suffered enough.
Comrades? Conrads. Goes without saying, but the Scions alone have not the strength to topple a provincial government, here or anywhere else. Not yet. And I am quite certain the same can be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good you can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Eorzea and her people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from imperial oppression, whom we will free. Where men go as one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. Our grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Othard is not exactly over the river and through the woods. I am one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather Tataru is. But before we discuss that, there is another issue I wish to address. Much as I would like it if we could all make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison to the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Y'shtola cannot be left unattended. And I should obviously remain? Very well, issue addressed. In all, it would have been quicker just to ask, and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose, would you be willing to look after Y'shtola and provide support to Arenvald and the others? Yes, Alfino, I would. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip, and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I would not dream of it. Right then, sister, Filmina, Elise, gather your things. We are for Limsa Luminsa. Tataru should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merlwydd lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You're right. Inasmuch as we will be traveling by sea, regrettably it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But then it is equally infeasible to sail on yours in Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvelain of the Kraken's Arms. Yeah, the guy who refused to join the Science. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with pirates. Oh, greetings and salutations to you too. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement? Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. But where was I? Oh yes, the Sons of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of certain extenuating circumstances. Blah blah blah, we're going to Doma, yeah. And intent on securing passage to the Far East. You came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit. Profit? Taru, do your thing. Well, I for one think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor unfortunate soul has come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragical tale of how the heir of House Durandare vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Oh no. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kugane in Hinagashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Is that missing son of House Durandare? Suddenly, all those hours Tataru passed cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Knights seem rather better spent, do they not? That said, I had intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Carvelian squirm. I say we should heed the captain's advice and tend to our own preparations while they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies. Alize, I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Orianji on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well. I shall go and speak with him. What of Filmina and Lise? I would like the two of you to return to Raven and Stall and speak with our Dolman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go. Let's go. Wee. Ba-da-da-da, I'm almost leveled up again. Jeez Louise. Well, here we are. We'll need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around at the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it? Sure. May. You're truly planning to travel to Doma. I do not know what to say. Forgive me. I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land nestled on the eastern coast of Othard. Along the banks of the One River, our nation thrived, proud and free, until the Guardians came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none. Except those pirates. Giddy. Greetings, Lamina. What brings you to the toll this day? What? You're for Doma? Heavens, you signs have shown us naught but kindness, but never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years we suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied on an opportunity, the Emperor dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered, and fought to reclaim our nation, but when Xenos arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. That you go to join Yugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Ah, forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nagai clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle. Even now, it is home to the Imperial Viceroy's witch and her host of men and Magitech. To think that what was once the shining symbol of our heritage and the seat of dear Lord Cayenne has become a den of Garlean dogs. Garlean. Woof woofs. Garlean. Wow wow. Wow 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 wow. But they are Garlean dogs. Fucking donkeys. Ah, there you are. Learn anything interesting. The older Domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Eorzeans can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially Guardians. But anyway, you know they eat with sticks. It wasn't all that hard actually, or at least that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then, when I spoke with the younger Domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old... Wow, what you learned sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. I hope they do. So this is what the problem with Lise is. Just a bit on the spectrum. Unreliable. Right, no point waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsa Lominsa. Alfino said to meet at the ferry docks, I think. Right, before that, let's sell my shit. Items I don't need. Oh, something sold as well. I remember having 11. Or not. I had some boots, I think. What? Sword. Right, I know there are pants. More pants? Oh. Gloves. Yeah. Right. Chest. Oh. But I swear there was more than one pair of pants. Weapons? I don't think so. I don't think I picked up a weapon in a while. There's this, yeah. Okay, what's the price on this? Oh, come on. Oh. Whatever. Nope. Oh. There, bracers. Guess not. Nope. Alright, cool. That's all of it. Ba-da-da-da. Arcanists. Elfino, my boy. Your return, Filmina. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Revenant's Hall. I am eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We will have time enough to talk on our journey to Kugani. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparations. Assuming you have completed yours, you may inform the deckhand that we are ready to depart. Yeah. All set, lass. I'll see you to the ship if so. For the misery. What a name. What a name. Cinematic. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Bum-ba-da-ba-bum.
Twelve be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late.
Always on time.
Urianger, tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Oh no, nothing of the sort.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Okay.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
That sentence will save my life. Ironically, I think it does, but
parting
like...
gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
Oh. Now we're talking.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells. for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others. And take care.
Like, oh damn, I forgot one more thing. What's this? Hold the hands. Beep, 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 beep. That? Oh, that's Devnir. Razathan.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself.
Bro, just fuck man, imagine people actually doing this, like going out to sea, like the first ones who went, right? Don't know the fucking roads, there are no roads, like there's no fucking coordinates. Like holy fuck, man.
Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
No! Is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
Kyle Capitan.
Captain! You need it on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
I was gonna rest up finally. Long voyage. Gangplank? Oh, that's what Gangplank. Odd. Most odd. Looks like there is wind though. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? No, as the man said, despite the absence of wind and current, the Misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the cerulean engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion. Oh, he's a warrior. He can... Oh... I don't think he had the X before. An excellent suggestion based on knowledge you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present. I'm telling you, Captain, it's them, things the lad saw. Things. I don't suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive? An adjective, for example? Sea wolf superstitions and fairy tales, not more, but if you must know, the things which he is so reticent to name are the souls of deceased women that said to lure sailors to their deaths. Preposterous. Yes, indeed. It is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible, and is probably a predatory entity of some sort, perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse: to let the current take us where it will, and deal with whatever we find there. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestions. Oh, I'm beginning to like you, girl. I assure you the feeling is not mutual. Once we arrive at our destination, be it a vessel or an island or something else, Lisa and I will remain with the ship to defend it in case of attack. Filmina, I believe you would be the ideal choice to venture forth and deal with the cause of our troubles. Count me in. Then to settled, I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day it reeled us in. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Siren Song C. I believe the trust system expanded to Stormblood, right? No. Oh, it didn't. Oh well. Okay, I'm gonna call it here for today. There's some shit I need to do, and honestly, it's not something I want to stream. Also, we'll need to edit some of the videos, because I think I'm running out of disk space with all the recordings I've done. So yeah, we need to edit those, and yeah, good stream for today. 5 hours, not too bad. Not my longest, not even close, but fine. I'm okay with it. Anyways, top Cheerios. Peace out.